the first COO at Mindvalley, and drawing on more than 20 years of experience in sales marketing, he has now become an AI expert and leading voice because he has generated over 7 million leads and thousands of millions of dollars over the past decades. And now today, he's going to teach us how to automate your inbound and outbound activities using phone agents that are AI generated and AI powered. And that is going to make sure that all of your customer support and operations are supercharged so you can do more, accomplish more, cut costs, and have that be completely efficient. So please welcome on stage Juan. For the second time now, we're seeing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. So today I'm going to be using a little bit more of the computer because we'll do it more interacting. And what we are going to do is to start building phone agents and voice agents. This is I would say, it's not a new technology, but it has become, at least to my level of quality standards, usable basically right now, only a few months ago. Before it was kind of okay, but now it's gotten a lot better. And I want to show you what you can build right now. And whatever you see that might sound iffy, because the tonality of the agent you don't like, etc., will get better in the next few months and I would say few weeks or few months. This is evolving really, really rapidly. So we're going to talk about voice agents for inbound and outbound in your businesses. There is a lot of activities that you need to receive calls and sometimes schedule an appointment if someone calls you and you have a restaurant, or you want to have an information line for people to call, especially if your market, is not used to SMS or web or whatever. People are still comfortable calling a business and they expect an answer. So how do you do that? So we're going to talk about that, and I'm going to share with you some examples. And then we're going to build outbound agents that can call leads, can call candidates. I'm going to show you how to do something about if you are recruiting somebody for your company, for example. So we're going to try to automate those workflows. So let's see what's possible first, so you get a sense of what we're talking about. And here, because I didn't know the sound conditions, I basically recorded a call. Then we will do something live, but I basically recorded a call I had today with a phone agent I built for the Mindvalley's AI Summit. So, want to listen? Cool. Let's go.
Hi there, I'm Lisa, your assistant for the AI Summit. How can I help?
Hi, Lisa. How are you doing?
Hi there, I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. How can I assist you with the Mindvalley AI Summit 2024 today?
Can you tell me when it's happening, please?
The Mindvalley AI Summit 2024 is happening from July 12th to July 14th. Is there anything specific you'd like to know about the sessions or speakers?
I would love to know at what time it starts, the first session.
The first session starts at 1 p.m. with a welcome from Vishen Lakhiani. Is there anything else you'd like to know about the agenda?
Can you tell me what are the key highlights or why should I attend?
Absolutely. Here are some key highlights of the Mindvalley AI Summit 2024. 1. Gain insights into the latest AI innovations and advancements that are shaping the industry. This will help you stay ahead and apply these insights to your business. 2. Learn how the combination of no-code and AI offers a unique opportunity for entrepreneurs and businesses to create innovative AI-powered products with less time and effort. 3. Discover how AI is disrupting and reshaping entire industries, positioning your organization at the forefront and helping you achieve unprecedented growth. These highlights make it a must-attend event for anyone looking to leverage AI in their business. Would you like more details on any specific sessions or speakers?
I heard Dominic is speaking. What is he speaking about?
Dominic Ashburn is indeed speaking at the summit. He's known for his groundbreaking work with ChatGPT and social media. At the summit, he'll be sharing...
You get the point, right? So basically, you have a phone agent that I will show you how to train it, but it can answer questions and can carry conversations. And I wanted to see also the length of the answers that can provide. When I say, hey, what's this about? It actually goes very long and can speak for a minute or something. It's not something that goes, oh, it's the 13, that's it. You know, it can go and carry on a conversation like a human would do. Then you can say, hey, I don't like the voice, I don't like the accent. You can train for that, you can change it. But this already exists. And it's very easy to do. So how do I do that? Basically, I did it using this platform called Vapi. It's basically voice AI for developers. Very easy to use, very intuitive. And I'm going to show you how we can build these type of agents very quickly. So the first thing you need to do is to start, especially when you're doing inbound, with your knowledge base. You need to tell the agent where needs to get the information from, and you need to feed that information. So what I did here is I went into basically ChatGPT. Let's see here. I went into ChatGPT, and where's my ChatGPT? And basically said something like, here it is, knowledge base. So I went to ChatGPT, let me make it bigger for the people online. And I said, okay, I need you to go to the website, Mindvalley, blah, 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 the AI Summit everyone signed up for, and scrape it carefully and create a knowledge base file with all the information, dates, etc. And ChatGPT went there with its browsing capabilities and created this file. But I noticed that I wanted more details. So I just copy-paste things that it missed. So it added it. And then I said, hey, I want to also add more details on visions and every one of the speakers. And that's what I did. So then I went into Vapi, which is this platform, and I basically went and created an assistant. The cool thing about Vapi, what I like about it, is that it's very interesting how it shows you how the cost and the latency is composed. The cost is the agent can talk what I'm saying, right? So what Vapi shows you here, I'm going to go into the prompt later, etc. But what Vapi shows you here is basically the cost, how it's composed, the cost per minute, depending on whatever models I'm picking. And here's how you program the thing. It's very easy. Hi there, I'm Lisa, your assistant for AI Summit. How can I help? And then you say, welcome, Lisa, you're a friendly agent. This is kind of the system prompt. You tell her that she's friendly, helpful. And you tell it a little bit of Mindvalley's mission and what it does. You provide it with a task. And this is general prompting. You've been learning this for a while, right? And then you come here and you add a knowledge base. Here what I did is I added the file you could see here. Let me make it bigger. When you see files, I uploaded the file that I got from ChatGPT. Cool? So here I have the assistant. And that's how I could trigger that conversation. Now, if you want to test it, I'm going to try to do this live just for 30 seconds so you see how it works. Of course, I can go and buy a number and assign it a number, but then I don't know if my cell phone will work with international calling, so we will do it on web. But you could actually buy a number and assign this agent a number. So I come here and I'm going to test it. So you come here and we'll see if the feedback of the sound doesn't screw up the whole experiment, but we'll try.
Hi there, I'm Lisa, your assistant for the AI Summit. How can I help?
Hi, Lisa, how are you doing?
Hi there, I'm doing great, thank you for asking. How can I assist you with the Mindvalley AI Summit?
How many assistants are you expecting?
We're expecting over 150,000 participants for the Mindvalley AI Summit 2024. How can I help you further with the event?
What sessions shouldn't I miss?
You shouldn't miss any sessions, but make sure you attend Juan Martitegi's sessions. Specifically, create voice agents your clients can call to at 1:15 p.m. and score your leads for the most effective outreach.
So you get the point. It works. And you can ask anything. You can try to say rude things and it will reply in a friendly way still. So it's interesting. And you need to put that in your prompts, correct? But to be honest, that's easy. It's a stupid agent that is a parrot that, can work with you, but it's not a real conversation where you need to you're just providing information. Now, what if we need to do a more complex call, like recruiting somebody? Let me see if I can make this bigger for everybody here. Actually, let's do this. So this is interesting because I was thinking about a more complex call and I wanted to graph it. And I came here into Claude and I say, hey, help me graph this thing. And it created a graph for me on how the flow goes. So basically, I want an agent that can start the call, ask how is your day, then acknowledge the response, then mention potential connection issues. This is a trick that I'm doing in some of the agents, which is basically the latency can be bad if somebody asks a very complex question. So I say, hey, how are you doing? I might have some problems with the internet connection, so there might be a slight delay, but I can hear you well. So by saying that, basically, the prospect or whoever you're calling knows that there can be delays. So you have that, and then you ask for, hey, is Sean available? Sean is the guy that we might want to recruit for our company. And say, no, it's not. So we will ask for Sean's information. If it's given, we will say, hey, we will call them. And if it's not given, if they don't give us the information, we basically say, hey, when can we call back? Or if not, we'll say we can call back. If Sean is there and picks up the phone, what we are going to do is introduce Mindvalley and then ask them if they have heard about Mindvalley. If not, we will explain it further. And if yes, we will give a brief intro and mention that we're growing. And then we will ask the prospect or the candidate that we want to hire if he's interested in some opportunities. And he can say that he can talk right now or not interested. So you can see this is a very complex call. So let's see how it did with this complex call. So created this diagram, and here's the call.
Hey, John, I'm Anna from Mindvalley's recruiting team. How's your day going?
Can you?
Very well, thanks.
That's great to hear, John. Just a heads up, my internet connection is
Can you
acting a
up
bit
the
funny
volume?
today, so there might be a slight delay, but I can hear you perfectly fine.
So it sounds like it's not working. Let's test it live to see if the volume is better. Give me 1 second. And here we go. So let's go. It's going to simulate that it's calling me, that wants to hire an AI expert. So here we go.
Hey, John, I'm Anna from Mindvalley's recruiting team. How's your day going?
Very well, thanks.
That's great to hear, John. Just a heads up, my internet connection is acting a bit funny today, so there might be a slight delay, but I can hear you perfectly fine. Have you heard about Mindvalley? Would you like to hear a little bit about us?
Yes, please.
All right, let me tell you a bit about us. We're an EdTech personal transformation company helping people change their lives with the best digital trainings by the best teachers. We have millions of students around the world and we are growing really quickly. We have a diverse team of over 300 professionals that work from more than 30 countries, and we're always growing. By joining us, you'll enjoy amazing opportunities, competitive pay, 100% remote work, flexible scheduling, and many other benefits. So, are you considering a career upgrade or open to exploring some new possibilities with us?
I can hear you.
Great to hear that, John. So, are you considering a career upgrade or open to exploring some new possibilities with us?
Sure.
That's great to hear. At Mindvalley, we're on a mission to create a better world by giving access to the best information available to upgrade lives. And we need talented people like you to get there. Your profile captured our attention, and we would love to arrange a meeting for our recruiting team to know more about you. Just to make sure we have your current information. Is your primary experience as an AI expert?
Yes, it is.
Fantastic. AI expertise is something we're really excited about. Could you confirm if your email is john@gmail.com?
Yes.
Great, thank you for confirming. Let's schedule an interview. We have a 45-minute slot tomorrow at 3 p.m. EST. Will that work for you?
No, that doesn't work.
No problem at all. How about tomorrow at 5 p.m. EST or the day after tomorrow at either 10 a.m. or 3 p.m. EST?
Let's
Do
do the
any of
day
these times work for
Let's do the day after tomorrow at 3 p.m., please.
Perfect. The meeting is scheduled for the day after tomorrow at 3 p.m. EST. Keep an eye on your inbox and spam folder for the confirmation email. Thanks for your time, and we're...
So you get the gist of it. You can build really complex code. It can actually connect to your calendar, see the availability, and then offer times that you can make it. And again, the good thing about this is that these tools and BAPI makes it really easy. So basically, you just need to upload a file, you just need to come to the assistant, and then you will create a prompt. If you look at the prompt for Anna's recruiting team, like Anna, the recruiting team agent, is a little bit longer because it has script instructions you always follow. Then you start here, then it says, if John is busy, is not available, say, okay, let me introduce you to Mindvalley. If the person agrees to give you the number, say, what's your number? And it has all the logic there. But the logic is communicated in the same way as you will tell a person how you want to handle that call. So it's not hard to build these agents. They're still like, if you look at the cost of an agent like this, we're still talking about like 20-something cents a minute, which can be like $10 an hour, depending of the models you use. If I can change the model here, and I use a stupider model, look at how it changed. So now it's 14 cents a minute, because I'm using a model that is not that great at reasoning or providing voice assistance. But you can switch this around. So the important thing is, to me, is that you know that this technology exists. We tried it live. There are a few alternatives here. I like BAPI a lot, but there's Blan AI, there's also Retail AI, and there's Air, I think it's called Air.ai or AirCall, something like that. No, AirCall is for something else. But they work really well. A few suggestions that I wanted to make is, one, outbound calling might be illegal in your country. So be careful about that. I don't know which are your countries and what the regulations are. But in the US, doing outbound calling or robocalls, it's a gray area. So check with your lawyers. I'm not a lawyer. I don't pretend to be one in an AI conference. Just check. But for some things, if you ask for permission in a WhatsApp message or, in a declined payment, for example, that someone, hey, your payment was declined, can we call you so we can figure it out? You can trigger these things if you have consent from your person. The other thing is, if you're going into a longer pitch, what you can do is make sure that you tell the agent that it should be at least 30 seconds or 45 seconds the maximum answer, so it doesn't go on and on and on and on. And the third thing that I'm using is just make sure that you tell people that they are using, that they know that they are speaking to a bot, especially when you're doing inbound. Now, right now, the best practice is to add something like this to your IVR, saying, hey, our agents are busy right now. Your wait time is around 5 minutes. But if you want to have a solution now, you can talk to Lisa, our friendly AI bot, and we'll solve 98% of the cases. Would you want me to transfer you? And if they say yes, then they know they are talking to a bot. These things are becoming so good that you can deceive people. I don't think you should do that. And by adding that thing at the start of the conversation, we're getting a lot in some friends that have call centers. They're getting a lot of people transferring to the AI agent. And then you also can program something into the prompt that says, if you get in trouble or you cannot solve the customer issue, transfer it to a real person. That's something that VAPI also allows for. So basically that's it. That's how you create AI agents. They work. With the release of GPT 4.0, they became really, really good. You can tweak the voice, you can tweak the tonality, you can do whatever. Very easy as putting a prompt. You just need to know the tools and test them out. Thank you so much.
That's incredible. We're able to replace an entire team of voice agents using that. It's about to save you a lot of operations cost. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. So those in the audience, please make sure that you are coming forward. Let's take a step up. Let's get up in the audience. And then as part of the exercise, let's come forward. Okay? Great. Also, this is a great opportunity to take a deep breath, release, and then take a step forward or 5. Find the seats in the front and fill them all, because we want to make sure you are. Please come forward, please. Please, those in the back, please, please, please. Amazing, I want to see all your beautiful faces. Please. Amazing. Could we have also everyone here stand up and yes, now we're feeling the energy. There we go, perfect, amazing. Here, we've got even more seats right here. Oh, great, this is awesome, awesome. Now we're ready to go, great. So how's everyone feeling about these AI learnings this weekend? Are you ready to learn some more? Yes, awesome. So I know that some of this knowledge could seem daunting because yesterday Dominic showed us exactly like a magician how you can clone yourself and all the possibilities there is to help yourself clone a meditation video, clone yourself leading a workout. So today, we're going to break it down for you. Our top AI expert, Iman, is actually going to show you step by step how to clone yourself in the video content in just under 20 minutes. And that is going to help you have a spokesperson whenever you want, wherever you want, for your brand, your company, and yourself. And who is Iman? We've all heard from her in the previous days. She is absolutely fabulous. I do think she is Wonder Woman. And Iman, she is an entrepreneur, serial entrepreneur, and best-selling author. She is now a leading voice in AI and marketing. She has advised companies like Mercedes and Porsche on their AI strategy. She has co-founded Vocable AI. Now, Iman is about to teach you how to clone yourself so you have a voice for your company and your life. Please welcome on stage Iman.
Hello. Thanks, Steph, for the gracious introduction. So how's everybody feeling? Who here is feeling more motivated and excited about what they learned this weekend? Great. Who's feeling a little overwhelmed and anxious, maybe scared? Yeah? What are you scared about? Yeah, overwhelming. Okay. Well, I'm going to keep this session a little light and fun. I know you guys had absorbed so much content this weekend, and you can't wait to go back and hopefully apply it all. So in this session, we're going to be a little bit light and more hands-on so that you guys get a real deep insight into how you can potentially maybe never have to film another video again. I know I'm excited about that because I absolutely hate doing videos, believe it or not. So, and so I actually had a lot of opportunities this weekend to talk to a few of you, which I really appreciate and love. And when people usually come up to me and ask me for, advice or how did you get into AI so quickly, my answer is always, I show up every day ready to learn something new. And then when they ask for what is your first AI advice, I always say, experiment with the available tools as much as possible, because that is truly how you can master this. You can learn all you want, but if you're not able to go out there and actually be curious in the sense of practicing what you learn, and even going beyond what you learn and discovering new tools that you can play around with, it's not going to stick. And I say this from experience. So always, if you can, dedicate between 15 minutes to 30 minutes a day to really go deep into a tool and actually play around with it, because that is truly the best way to learn. So experimentation is key. So recently, I followed my own advice and I started experimenting. I'm so excited with my own AI clone. It took me a while. I'm excited because it took me a while to actually have the nerves and the courage to be like, okay, I'm ready to clone myself again, or not again, but I'm ready to clone myself. Because one, I was a little bit scared about the whole data privacy and whatnot, but it just seems like 2024 is the year of AI avatars, and they're already incredible. So I cannot imagine what we're able to do with them just 6 months from now. So naturally, I was curious, and I just wanted to know what an AI clone is capable of doing for me. So I did a little bit of an experiment that I call Me, Myself, and AI, inspired by Reid Hoffman. And today, I want to walk you through a few of my findings. But first, we're going to play a little game called Spot the Clone.
I am getting ready to go on stage at the Mindvalley AI Summit to talk about how to clone yourself using AI to automate your video content. We will go over the step-by-step process of using HeyGen to generate your instant AI avatar and using the HeyGen AI Studio to create videos using your new avatar. Don't forget to tune in.
Was that a clone or was that me? Who? Raise your hand if it's me. Wow, okay, clone. Okay, that was a clone. All right, let's go to the next one. Ooh.
I am here at the Mindvalley AI Summit, and I just created 3 versions of my AI clone in under 20 minutes.
Clone or me? Raise your hand if it's me. Okay, raise your hand if it's clone. Clone. Let's see what else we got.
Hi, I'm the AI version of Iman, a digital spokesperson in her own image, if you will. And at the risk of making the real Iman sound like a lazy human, I am here to help her do more without her needing to step into the spotlight. You see, human Iman is creative, but she's also quite shy and not particularly fond of being on camera, and that's where I come in. Now, this experiment is still a work in progress, and we are still so early in the game. Imagine how these avatars will progress over the next year, right? But remember, your clones should only be considered as tools, not replacements for your human essence, okay? All right, thanks for watching.
Okay, so that was obviously my AI clone. And I came in this morning pretty early and thought I would experiment a little bit more because I wanted her to match me on stage so that we can match each other. And also just to show you how easy and quickly it is to film yourself, create a clone, create content from it in just a few minutes or, under an hour at least. So that being said, I also have experimented with another clone that I typically use for product tutorials or video content on YouTube that explains things about AI or is kind of used for screenshot or screen recording. I have to do a lot of product tutorials and product marketing, and that requires me hours and hours of videotaping myself and editing and then having to go back and forth and using Loom and using screenshots. So it's a very heavy process, and obviously I have a tech company that is a software, so I need to create a lot of educational content about how to use it. So having a potential clone that's able to just take in a script of step-by-step screen recording tutorials and then just record that on its own without having to actually put a camera on, without having to put makeup on or anything is extremely time saver. So here's an example of a product.
Today I will compare Claude 3.5 to GPT-4o and see which is better. Let's dive in. First, let's see the technical comparison. Claude 3.5 is better at almost everything like coding, graduate level reasoning, and even multilingual math. Who here has ever solved a mathematics problem in Spanish? Claude can do that for you. Claude 3.5 has this crazy feature called artifacts. Users can ask Claude to make text, code, and other artifacts. Claude will share the output in a dedicated window alongside the chat, like a preview window of what it's composing. You can see and interact with the generated content in real time, providing immediate feedback and adjustments where needed. Here, see how the user gives an input to Claude to create a game, and Claude 3.5 generates a clickable game alongside the chat using artifacts feature. Wait for it. Isn't that cool? Personally, I think Claude 3.5 is much better for writing and stuff. GPT-4o has its own charm with the live voice interaction, so there's give and take for both depending on what task you are using it for. Have you used both of them for the same task? Which was better?
So that was an example of just a simple video that I have actually recorded from my phone, my laptop, and then I uploaded it to HeyGen, and then I was able to clone myself right there and then without actually having any professional video equipment. I didn't need to have a videographer even take that 2-minute long video content for me to be able to upload to HeyGen. And you see how the quality is great, as well as also matching my actual voice and matching my tone. Even it does have the little ums in between and kind of elongates the sentences. So it feels extremely real. And those are great for product tutorials because you're in a little kind of bubble at the bottom, so you're not really able to see the robotic face that much, but it sounds and feels just like a human. So for today's session, I do want to go through a step-by-step tutorial on how to use HeyGen to create content like this. Not only do you clone yourself on HeyGen, but you also have a AI Studio, which is a video editor that is on HeyGen that you actually can use to create the full video that you just see in here. So today we're going to go through that. I'm going to switch over to a demo or to my laptop. Who here has already used HeyGen before? 2 people. 3, 4. 4, okay, great. So the rest of you are in for a great surprise. Okay, so when you first log into HeyGen, you're typically dropped into your dashboard. So my dashboard looks like this. Now, obviously, I have a lot of already content here, but typically you will have your dashboard that has 0 avatar, 0 voices, just a lot of examples here in the library that you can potentially use. Everybody can see okay? Okay. All right. And so the first thing you want to do is set up your instant avatar. So the way you do that is you click on instant avatar here. Okay, I'm going to delete one. So it does give you a limited amount of avatars you can create. So for a basic plan, it's 3. For a Teams plan, it's 5. So you click on Instant Avatar, you get started, you have a little video here that explains to you how it works, and I know Dominic kind of went over this as well, but let's just do a quick overview of how this works. Now there's some specific instructions of how you can film the video that you will be uploading. This is very important because I've actually experimented with this a couple of times, even this morning, where when I moved my head a little bit too much, the clone became weird. Like it looked like I was paralyzed from this side of my face. So you want to make sure that you're staring straight at a camera as that talking head. The lighting is great. You don't want to talk too fast. You want to pause in between your sentences and words so that actually when you're being cloned, you're able to see when you close your mouth versus when you open your mouth. So these are all instructions here that are pretty clear, but again, nothing hard to follow. It is recommended that you use a professional camera with high resolution to record your 2-minute video. As you could see, the first videos that I showed you guys, it looked really real because the high resolution was great. But you can also use your laptop to record yourself, which I did in the second version, the product tutorial version. It wasn't the worst, but again, it's not also the best either. So it's up to you depending on how you want to use it. If you want to use it for high quality video on YouTube, then I would suggest to go with the high resolution. So at this point, you upload your footage, or again, you can record with your webcam. And so because it takes a little bit of time, we don't want to go through this. But once you upload your footage, it's going to take a few minutes to upload, and then you're going to get dropped back into your dashboard. And your avatar will appear right here. And once it's done, it looks like this. So let's look at an example. And typically it takes 5 minutes or so to 10 minutes, depending on, again, the internet and how long your video was as well. So do not really upload more than 2 minutes. I don't recommend that. So this will be your result.
Your instant avatar is ready. Try creating videos with it. Also, click the feedback button to share what you think. Hope you enjoy.
So that's one. This was another one.
Hey, Iman Ubu, your instant avatar is ready. Try creating videos with it. Also, click the feedback button to share what you think. Hope you enjoy.
So I want to show you the difference between using too much hand gesture, and because I've tried it both ways. For example, here you could see a lot of moving.
Hey, Iman Ubu, your instant
and the other one is more
ready.
still.
Try creating videos with it. Also, click the feedback button to share what you think. Hope you enjoy.
So the more hand gesture you have, the more it's going to appear on your avatar, and that doesn't look natural. But then you also don't want to be too stiff, because I've also tried that when it looks very robotic. So find a way to have somewhat of a balance where you're talking naturally, but not overly using your hands, but still are not stiff and looking like a robot. So once your avatar is ready, now I will show you the difference about the voice. I think this is where it's important. So 11 Labs has gotten better voice technology. When I upload a video of me and it it gets cloned, the voice doesn't match my voice. As you could see, and I can show you an example, this is what one of my voices extracted from the video I uploaded looks like, or sounds like.
Hello, this is how I sound. Hope you like it.
I might need someone to help me with the audio to be...
Hello, this is how I sound. Hope you like it.
So one thing to know about HeyGen is if you don't have an American accent or maybe a British accent, it's very hard to really capture your voice appropriately. And I'm sure people are nodding their heads, so a lot of people have complained about that. So obviously I have a Moroccan accent, or I don't even know, actually half Moroccan, half American. And so it made me sound overly robotic and American. So what I did is I went into 11 Labs and basically created a voice there, a voice clone, by uploading 4 to 5 different voice notes, and it gave me a much better result. So, are we back on? There we go. So let's try this again.
Hello, this is how I sound. Hope you like it. Hello, this is how I sound. Hope you like it.
Does anyone think that sounds like me? No.
Hello, this is how I sound. Hope you like it.
A little bit better.
Hello, this is how I sound. Hope you like it.
That is not me. So, by the way, I will put a a slide later on after the presentation for you guys to take a screenshot of, and that's the steps for you to create your 11 Labs voice and then how you can integrate it with HeyGen. But once you've created your 11 Labs voice, then you come onto HeyGen, you go onto integrate third-party voice, right? And this is where you plug in your API. So this is my API from 11 Labs. And then you're good. So now your voice appears under your AI voices. That way, when you're creating any kind of video content, you're able to link that voice from that third party instead of using the voice from the extracted clone from your video. So, everybody clear on that? Great. Awesome. So now you have your voice and you have your avatar. Now it's time to create content. So if you're happy with both, obviously, if not, let me go back and just mention this. You have a few rounds of repeating. So you have about 3 to redo this one, 4. So if you're not happy with how it looks, you can re-upload the video, and then hopefully it gives you a bit more of what you're looking for. It's kind of random. There is no way of fine-tuning it and just knowing exactly how it's going to turn out. But it's worth a try. I know my second time when I uploaded one, actually it was a lot better. So definitely take advantage of your redos as much as you can so you're actually happy with the result. So now that we have avatar and voice, there is a feature called AI Studio. So this is a really cool feature that I'm pretty sure it's recent with HeyGen's developments, but who here uses Canva religiously? Okay, so you're familiar a little bit with that backend. So the way this video editor also works is you can start creating from scratch, just like Canva. You know, you have your templates, or you have your empty Canva that you can start from scratch. And then there are also templates here that you can potentially utilize depending on what kind of content you're creating. So this is very helpful, but in my experience, these templates are really great if you're going to use a generic avatar for either maybe a onboarding or employee training or a board presentation. So it's very, again, corporate, it seems, and they work best when you're using a generic AI avatar from their AI library. I've tried it a little bit with mine. It wasn't the best output, so just wanted to share that insight. But these work great for kind of generic content that you need to be creating on the fly. You can also have your brand kits, again, depending on which plan you have, and you can upload your own assets, which is great. So this is where I uploaded any screen recordings or screenshots when I'm doing my product tutorials or when I'm explaining a new model or something. So you have these to play with, and then you go back to your projects. So to start a new project, you create with AI Studio, you have 2 different ways of doing it. Portrait is obviously great for Instagram, for YouTube Shorts, TikTok. Landscape, which I tend to use the most, is more YouTube and also for website or any kind of other high quality content. So for this, let's start with a landscape. And you can always go back and change it here too if you change your mind, by the way. So now this kind of looks like Canva. If you're familiar with how Canva works, you would be able to also navigate this user interface pretty easily. I think actually the more they upgrade this product, the easier it becomes. I remember when I first subscribed to HeyGen about 3 months ago, it was a lot harder for me to actually get into it. But over time, I just came back again, dedicated 15 to 30 minutes a day to try to really get into the flow and learn more about it. There are so many great tutorials as well to watch on their website. And then it's easy to get the hang of it because it's a drag and drop. You don't actually need a lot of video editing skills, which to me, I have zero, none. But obviously, if you have video editors to help you with it, great. That's actually better output. But my point is you don't have to have any skills of video production or editing to get started on this user interface, which is great. So now you have a few different choices of the content you can drag and drop into your video. One is your avatar. This is where you pick your avatars, right? So all of your avatars should appear there. There are other avatars too that you can pick from if you don't want to pick yourself. Then there is your script. So this is where you upload your script that is going to go with the videos, whether it's text or you can also record it directly here, or you can upload it if it's a Google Doc or Word doc or any kind of other document. So there are a few options. Also, if you don't want to use 11 Labs and your voice is not the best on HeyGen, what you could do is just record yourself with the script, and then it would just match it and lip sync it to your avatar, which is actually how I did that, right? Okay, yeah, because I did that too. Because I didn't want to have to learn 11 Labs, but it works depending, again, on where you record yourself and how great the acoustics are. So just keep that in mind, but it's another alternative. Okay, so then you have your script, your avatar, and then your text. So if you want to add elements, again, this looks like kind of like Canva, so you're pretty familiar with this if you use Canva. Same thing with elements. Anything that you're adding to your YouTube video or TikTok, all can be here. Now, the way I like to start is by having my script. So your script typically goes right here. So you can either add it through here or here. And see, you have some options here at the top. So now you have, obviously, the tips if you want to read that. You can also upload it. You can download a script. And you can use ChatGPT to create your script. Or you can also translate a script that you have from another language to something else. So in this case, we can also, use a ChatGPT, or we can type it right away. So what should we be writing about, or what should we be talking about? I want someone from the audience to give me some ideas around a topic, or maybe a poem, or anything that we could put in. Yep.
Hi, this is great. Could we please ask all the audience actually to tune into what intuition means for them? It's quite a unique kind of experience. So I'd love to explore intuition. I'm particularly passionate about intuitive parenting.
Intuitive parenting.
Can we talk about intuitive parenting?
Okay. Intuitive parenting. The thing is, it will be weird coming from me because I don't have any kids.
Oh.
But at least I learned.
Practice.
Never too early. Okay, so now it's generating our script. Some key points. Okay, some key points.
So it's the ability to be able to tune into yourself and maybe the energy centers in your own body and where they may be needing healing.
I didn't hear the first part.
Tuning into our own bodies is like an inner parenting experience so that we can heal and then be the parent we want to be for our kids. So that makes sense. So imagine a child is going through a certain phase of their lives, at different ages. We get to experience that ourselves as parents again, as a kind of an up-level opportunity for our children to transform us, to help us reparent ourselves.
Awesome. Let's see what GPT says. We just need a few lines just so we can also show the process here of matching your script to your avatar. Is it the internet? Oh.
Good.
Right.
It's got lots to say.
Well,
Hooray.
yeah. All right, that's great. So now we can copy that and add it to our script. So this is pretty also intuitive. Now we have it written like this, which is not my favorite way of structuring it. What I do is typically go through the entire script and then I break it down. So that way you also sound a little bit more natural. You can also add pauses in between paragraphs. And it's easily manageable too. This is where you really fine tune your video. And I played a lot with this morning. And by the way, shout out to Jason from Mindvalley's team for being here with me this morning. We're really geeked out on HeyGen. We discovered so many great things, and that's kind of just in a few minutes. So that just tells you how quickly you can master a tool if you really go deep in it for a few hours. So you go on and just break up your text. So we'll just stop there so that we can. All right, so then now you have your script. And this is a very important thing to note is when you do have a 11 Labs voice, you have a lot more abilities to actually fine-tune the tone, the voice, and how it sounds. To me, it's more natural, and I'll show you why in a second. But for example, this is just a generic voice. So if I were to use one of my voices from HeyGen, I wouldn't have that many options here to fine-tune it. So it would sound like this.
Welcome to our video today on intuitive parenting. In today's fast-paced world, many parents are embracing a more instinctive approach to raising their children.
So you have the ability to test out how the voice sounds every step of the way, which is great. And then let's look at my voice from 11 Labs. So this is what it sounds like without doing any fine-tuning.
Welcome to our video today on intuitive parenting. In today's fast-paced world, many parents are embracing a more instinctive approach to raising their children.
So with 11 Labs voice, you have a lot more parameters here to play with under voice settings. And the higher style suggestions, or exaggeration, and the higher clarity and similarity, the higher stability, to me it seems better, but sometimes I would have to kind of tone it down a little bit. But I go through every paragraph and every part of the script and I test out what it sounds like depending on the tone I'm trying to take on for that specific sentence or statement. So you're able to really play around with it. You can also speed it up if you'd like, or slow it down. You can't really, this is not, the pitch setting is not available, and then of course your volume. So there are a lot more to play with. The other way of also creating a little bit more natural sounds is adding punctuation. This is something I've just started playing with actually this morning, because every time I would add 3 exclamation points instead of 1, it is a lot more rhythmic. So you get to kind of learn the ways along the way, and it's probably different too for every sound and every voice. So I highly recommend that you play around with different punctuations and how they end up sounding to really understand how you can bring the tone you'd like and sound more human and natural. So that's one. And then the other option here too is you're able to add a lot of pauses too in between if you're, doing maybe an interview style, but pauses are pretty long, even though it says 1 second, and I tried that. It actually feels like the clone is sitting there for a minute. So definitely play around with it. It's not ideal for every break in between paragraphs. And already when you're breaking up the paragraphs, that already creates a natural break, so you don't have to actually add a pause. So now I have to go through all of it and just make sure that I change the voice to the right one. It typically picks a default one that's not the one I would like. And once you go through all of your scripts and you've edited it and refined it and you're happy with the tone, then you can now start plugging in your avatar. Ooh, not the play.
Tiredness or discomfort.
Okay, so we have now our script, and so it appears here, this is where you can edit it, but also you can find it right here at the bottom. So the bottom part is your script, and then what goes on top of that is your avatar. Now you can go back and choose from your avatar. Let's pick the one where I look relaxed. So now you're able to just match the avatar to the script. What you can do is, if you want to use different avatars for different breaks or different script parts, you can add, again, you hit the plus button here, and then you add a different avatar. So now this avatar is going to be saying that paragraph. You can also drag the avatar if you want it to say the entire thing. So that way there is no actual breaks in between. Or, again, you can add another avatar if you'd like. I'm just giving an example here. Obviously, this is not going to flow well, but this is how easy it is to just switch back and forth. And so now you come up to here, and there are a lot more options around. Sorry. When you click on the actual video, this is where your options of editing, also there are animations, so you can actually have effects or transitions in between your paragraphs or your statements. You obviously can delete. You also are able to copy it, and then there are layers to it. So let's say you have different layers, or you're splitting screen or whatnot. So it's, again, just like Canva, you can bring it forward, backwards. You can face swap if you like. And then also there's a way to, this is how I used the product tutorial circle. So you can actually turn it into this view, half body, or close up. So there aren't a lot of ways to edit yet, I feel like, on HeyGen, but I think having it this concise and just very straight to the point is a great way to get started, because you're not overwhelmed with so many options of editing. For example, you can't add music here yet, you can't do a lot of things, but it's at least great to create a 15-second to 30-second video that you can patch together and put out on social media, or a product tutorial. So pretty simple to use. So let's actually delete this one so that we can see the final result. And then just choose this one to keep it all simple for all of the script. And what I noticed too is that the longer the video, the easier it is to tell that this is a clone. This is why I think a great use case for this AI avatar would be social media snippets and short videos, because you can't really tell that much of a difference. So now, the only thing you're able to test for or preview when you're doing the editing part is your voice. So for example, look, you can't see the avatar moving, and at first I thought mine wasn't working, and that's why. But that's because they charge you a credit before you actually create
to our video today on intuitive parenting. In today's fast-paced world, many parents are embracing a more instinctive approach to raising their children. One key aspect of intuitive parenting is the ability to tune into. One of the core principles of intuitive parenting is listening to our body's signals. This means paying attention to our emotions, physical sensations, and instincts when making decisions for our children. By simply tuning into our bodies and trusting our gut feelings, we can better understand our child's needs and respond accordingly.
So for example, if I add a break here, this is what a pause will look like. So not script. You add a pause here, you can pick how many seconds, and then your AI avatar will pause. So pauses will look like these little smaller squares.
And instincts when making decisions for our children. By simply tuning into our bodies and trusting our gut.
So it's a great way to also make it more natural. So if you want to add text, you can add it directly here. This is pretty simple. And again, every time you add a layer or an element, it adds a layer to your editor, and then you can just edit from there. Now, let's submit. So this is where you submit to actually see the final result. And sometimes when you do edit, back and forth with the text and you elongate it and whatnot, you want to make sure that your text matches your actual video content. So here it says that our text is longer, so we have to keep pulling the video until it reaches the end of the script, which is right here. Okay, so now we're ready to submit. Again, every time you submit, it tells you how many credits, and then you have to wait a little bit while it's getting ready. So while it's being ready, maybe we can take some questions around the process that we just went through so that we make sure everybody's clear. Maybe there are some questions too from the online audience that I can go over. Yep.
Not so much about the process, but is there any concerns with regards to YouTube, Instagram?
I can't hear you.
Sorry, not specifically about the process, but with regards to uploading the video into things like YouTube, Instagram, where they ask you, has it been generated by AI? It's not clear yet what they're going to do about that, or whether or not that pushes these videos down in people's feeds or anything like that when they're generated using HeyGen. Do we know anything more?
I don't know about the YouTube algorithm, but I do know that every time you do post any video that's generated by AI, and especially if it's an AI clone, you definitely want to be transparent about that. It is imperative to say that this was generated by AI. This is an AI clone and not a human. One, because it preserves your authenticity and trust with your audience. And two, I think, that's part of, AI ethics at this point, to really be transparent about any kind of content that is generated by AI for trust purposes. So, but I'm not sure about the YouTube algorithm, whether or not they're penalizing any video content. I haven't heard of that. It's the same thing with Google too, and SEO content that's generated by AI. There isn't any penalty against it, as long as the content, of course, is valuable and educational. Any other questions?
Hi. Regarding the video where you're demoing the software that you created, where you appear in the little circle, the one on the bottom, I was wondering, what's the advantage of doing it with HeyGen or a tool like this? Because I was thinking, anyhow, you'll have to demo the software and you'll have to do your screen capture. So why not speak while you're doing that?
I mean, to each their own. That's a good point. I have to wear makeup and I have to do all that, so that's why. So probably I'm just lazy about it. No, but I think also for me, a lot of my team members do the screen recording, right? So I don't have time to be the one doing the actual run-through in person and recording it. So what my team's doing right now, which is kind of an example, is they do the screen recording and they go through it, and then they upload the script of the step-by-step, and then my face is behind it. So it saves me time. I don't have to, of course, be the one recording in front of a computer, but it does help that it's my voice and it's me kind of being, the one walking our users through the product. So yes, again, like I said, it depends on if you love to do it and it's great, practice for you, then obviously there's no reason to use this. But I think this is a great use case for many people and entrepreneurs who, one, don't have the time capacity, budget capacity, but also, like me, I really don't like to be in front of the camera, believe it or not. So I try to avoid it, and then the more I have to be on camera, the more I procrastinate. So it's a great use case for it. But if you don't need to do it, then yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Hi, I had one quick question. So once we upload the video, there is a background. Will it always stay the same background?
Yes, so that's a good question. Any background, any clothes, any hairstyle, so however you record yourself, it's a copy paste. So if you want different clothes or different backgrounds, then you would need to re-upload a new video that you film, and that's going to, again, take after that. I'm pretty sure we're going to get to a point where we're able to change the avatar's clothes and hairstyle, but we're not there yet.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yes.
Hi. What about the lighting? Can you change it, or can you? Is
No.
it like whatever you record, it stays on the
Yes.
record? Yeah.
So that's why it's important to have good lighting, and that's also why I mentioned high resolution is great. But as you could see, this one that I did was in a phone booth in my office with my laptop, and there's no lighting. Obviously, there's natural light, but it still was pretty
Today I will compare Claude 3.5 to
good
GPT.
as far as what I need it to do, because again, I probably will put it in that little circle so you don't need to see the full face. And then this one I also did as my first avatar that I tried out. I wasn't looking at, this is where you could see, I wasn't looking at the camera. Well, actually I deleted it, but let's see if it works as part of this video. I wasn't looking at the camera, I was too stiff, and it didn't.
Hello
the lighting
everyone,
wasn't that
welcome
great.
to this session. Hope everyone is doing great. First, let me say one thing. This summit is not about using AI to...
This one looks overly robotic. So I think once you start experimenting with it, you will know where you stand. So today, when I first started again this morning, it was a lot of hand gesture because I was like, oh, I was too stiff on that first one. I need to bring my personality and energy. But then it was too much. So then I had to do another video of 2 minutes where I was just a little bit more just chill and, sitting on a couch. So you will find your groove at some point, but the way you film it with the same lighting, the same everything is going to be the way it is. You're not at this point able to change any of that background.
Thank you.
Yep. Is that 70%?
Thank you. So I actually wanted to get back to that question, and I also wanted to ask that Dominic before, because I'm not sure about YouTube, but I'm pretty sure about LinkedIn. It's already pushed down, like decreased the reach of AI-generated content, video, but also text. So how do we go about that? Because the whole point, like we generate these videos and text so we can reach more people, gain more audience, but if it pushed down and decreased the reach, then what's the solution?
So I missed the first part. You said that you know for sure that it gets pushed down?
For LinkedIn, yes.
For LinkedIn?
Yeah.
Okay, how do you know that?
So there is already a report. They've been, I have like the source, and they've been trying. Yes.
That it was AI
so they've been trying like different multiplied contents and seeing like how many views that reach.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think for me, a lot of the use cases I'm using it for right now is mostly for internal product content that isn't necessarily trying to be pushed out into social media too much, right? So I think we are still in a phase where they call it the uncanny valley, where a lot of people are very adamant about robots right now or anything that's AI generated. That's why it's important to really be able to disclose that openly. But I think there could be a balance between AI generated and human generated for your content. I'm not too familiar with the algorithms. From what I know, I don't have any research or proof that things are being pushed out because they are AI generated. But ultimately, if that's what you see on your analytics, then I would say then probably best to just stick with human for now. Versus using AI-generated content like this to be pushed out on social. You can use it for other kind of important video content marketing that you can scale and automate. But it is a very hard question to answer because I don't think we all have, even the social media channels haven't really figured it out yet. So we'll have to wait and see. Okay. I think I am almost running out of time, but I do want to point out that also one of the coolest features here that also could be great is being able to translate any kind of content or video, or being able to have a message in different languages to actually reach a broader audience. So there is a translation, of course, feature. And then this could be an interesting thing for any e-commerce and brands that are obviously watching this, is you're able to put in just a URL of your product, whether it's on Amazon, Shopify, any of the e-commerce websites, and it'll be able to generate a video for you in this kind of style that actually promotes the product. So if you go through an example, now I couldn't do it because it only works with an avatar that has matted background, so meaning that you have to kind of delete your background and you want to, remove your background. So you would want to film yourself behind something, maybe like a white screen or green screen. So it works best that way. So I would recommend, if you use this feature, to have a green screen recording to be uploaded. That way you're actually able to use your own avatar. You can use another person's avatar if you want. They have a few choices. You can put your target audience, your language, your location, if you want to be targeting specifically a country. So this is to generate your AI script, but you can also add your own custom script. It gives you a few suggestions on what script you would want. So let's pick this one, for example. You can edit it as well. And now you go from URL again to brand marketing video that's in the style of TikTok in just a few steps. Again, this is an automated process too. So now you can also select your template. You could also...
Stop everything. You haven't seen anything like this before. Meet the Roku Express 4K Plus, your ultimate streaming game changer for crystal clear 4K picture and vibrant HDR color. Enjoy endless free and live TV channels and control it all with the Roku voice remote.
So you could see it's not the best lip syncing in Avatar. If you want to use yours, you would have to come in here. And then usually any background, any avatar that actually is with the removed background will appear here. If it doesn't, then that means you don't have any and you would have to actually create one from scratch. I tried to do this as well. It didn't really look that good. Again, because I don't have an actual green screen or white screen behind me, so it's a little weird. You can't really see the actual product.
You haven't seen anything
behind
like
me.
this before. Meet the Roku Express 4K
But it does have the
Plus,
split screen,
your
so.
ultimate streaming game changer for crystal clear 4K picture and vibrant HD.
And now you're able to also add music and captions. So now you're able to really create a full brand kind of marketing TikTok style video and just putting in your product URL, which is really amazing. And again, an automated process that you don't have to think too much about and can just automate your product marketing. So that's the end of the HeyGen tour. I hope that the actual AI avatar cloning inspired you to at least play around with it and really experiment with what use cases make the most sense for you. Generally speaking, you don't always know what makes sense until you actually start playing around with it. I didn't know about the product tutorial capabilities until I started recording myself, and I was like, this is actually great to just put behind a screen recording, and this now can automate like 100 of my products marketing videos that I need to do by now and the end of the year. So I always recommend that you play around with it and see what use cases work for you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Iman. Thank you for showing us exactly how, step by step. Breaking it down really helps. I know all of this knowledge. We spent 3 days of action-packed agenda. So I find that extremely, extremely practical. Hopefully you're all following along, because next up, we're going to invite back on stage Juan. For those of you who have just joined us online, Juan was the first COO at Mindvalley. Over the years, he's generated over 7 million leads and tens of thousands of revenues for companies that he has advised and helped. So today, earlier, he showed us how to automate your voice functions for your business to improve the operational efficiency of your sales and customer supports team. Now he's about to show you how to use ChatGPT and use data analysis to help you score your leads, supercharge your sales team, and boost the success of your outreach. Please welcome on stage Juan.
I don't think I'm going to need my computer, but just in case, we'll see. Cool. Who likes math? Come on. 2, 3 people. Who likes making more money? Okay, so then you like math, and I'm going to prove that in 20 minutes. So let's talk about lead scoring with AI. Who knows what lead scoring is? Cool. A few people. So basically, what we're talking about and what in most AI conferences we talk about is basically how to use ChatGPT for some sort of writing or essays or scripts or books, and that's perfectly fine. Or how to use AI for image generation. Or you might be using ChatGPT for doing normal Q&A, like your kid asks you something, my kids ask me something, they're in that stage of, Papi, and what about that? And what about that? And sometimes they say, I don't know, I need to check with ChatGPT. And you use ChatGPT in your daily lives for Q&A. Or you use it for brainstorming. Hey, give me a few ideas to what I can buy for my wife, or things like that. But I want to recruit you right now to use ChatGPT for other things that might be a little bit less cool, but they're important. So I want to recruit you to use ChatGPT to do data analysis to make more money. And I have a lot of friends that are data analysts, some people on my team also, and I don't think it will replace them fully. Like, there's power in the creativity of what humans can do with data, but if you don't have access to a data analyst that they make this much money or this much money, basically, I think it might help you a lot to explore some numbers in your company and see what they have to tell you. So let me talk about lead scoring. So basically, lead scoring is a process where if you have a phone agents, where you, for example, go and receive those leads, you need to assign them to agents. And not all leads are created equal, right? There are better leads, and there are leads that are worse quality. So how do you know which one is which? So, because one of the, like if you talk to any phone center or to any sales team manager, they will say, we want to assign the leads, the best leads to the best reps quickly. That's what they would say. So you need to understand what those best leads are. So let's do a supposition here. And let's imagine you sell training on how 40+ women executives can launch their own personal brand or coaching practice and reinvent themselves. That could be a product that some of you sell here, correct? So let's also say that is $3,000, like $3,000. So now we start getting leads that we will need to give to our sales team. Now, if we get a woman or we get a man, which one should we call first? We're selling, yeah, of course, somebody can buy them for their wife, but in general, our customer avatar will be a woman, correct? So we should call first the woman. Now, if we're getting leads from different countries, and this is $3,000, then we might get leads from US, Canada, Cuba, Argentina, and Mexico. And I can make this joke because I'm Argentinian. So if they're coming from Argentina, it's pretty tough that they will pay $3,000. There are some people that can pay it, but in general, overall, that would be a worse lead. And if it comes from Cuba, it will be pretty tough to pony up $3,000 for a coaching course or something. I'm not saying nobody can do it, but it will be tough. Now, let's talk about if it is from Canada. Well, that's different. So if we have a woman from Canada or a man from the US, which one should we call first? It's getting tougher. And let's say we also have this information about our leads. They came through a webinar or they downloaded an ebook from us. Which one should we call first? If it is a man from Canada that downloaded the book versus a woman from... So we don't know. And this is really multidimensional. And it's hard to do. What should we call first? The ones that came through Meta ads, TikTok ads, or the ones that came from your podcast? It's hard. Etc., etc. And we can do this analysis multidimensionally. So basically, when you look at your data, it's something like this. So this is data that I put, I got 10,000 random leads of a database, and then I invented the names and the emails, so it's basically it's private. But basically you can see that I have name, last name, email service, sex, country, qualifying question. That's something, who has an application process when they are selling something online? Some people do have an application process and they send in, and basically you have some qualifying questions, you know what the lead magnet they sign up for, what's the UTM source, what's the campaign, and then you have them, hey, did this guy buy or he didn't? So basically, you have that data in your CRM. So now what I'm going to ask you is you need to download that data into a CSV. So this is something that most of the serious business owners have in their CRM. Can we agree? Nothing really hard. So now what we need to do is let's feed this into ChatGPT with a specific prompt. I'll show the prompt later, but basically that's the download of the file you saw, and I am loading it into ChatGPT. I will read them that prompt out loud, and it will come here. So I upload it, and here's a prompt engineering thing that I like to do. When I have variables in a prompt that is long, I like to put it in the middle as a variable, and then what I do is, let me go back, and then what I do is I put them at the end, so I just need to focus at the end and change there, right? So basically I upload this to ChatGPT and say, go. So now ChatGPT started working. And it's working, and it started working. And this is a prompt. Let me read it out loud for you. You're an experienced data analyst with expertise in lead scoring and propensity modeling. Basically, that's what it's called. Your goal is to create a formula that is both effective and easy to implement. Develop a lead scoring formula based on the provided data to assess the propensity of the leads to convert into clients. Thoroughly analyze the attached CSV, whatever, you can read it yourself. But basically we need to create a lead scoring formula that does this. Something important, we're going to tell it to not use machine learning approaches, so basically that's only the math. It doesn't start doing any more fancy than this type of thing. And that's the thing. So you go and you click run and it starts running. What it's doing now basically is detecting what are the columns that matter. And it's doing some math in Python. And if you needed to write this yourself, I couldn't do it. Like if I need to do it, I couldn't do it. So then basically it analyzes the conversion rates of all these features. Hey, male versus female, Canada versus US, this qualifying question versus the other qualifying question. And basically it tells us, okay, females convert better, USA and Argentina convert better, and blah, blah, blah. UTM, Source Campaign, these are the best ones. And basically starts doing that, and it figures out some patterns. This is with one prompt. So it starts figuring out all the patterns, and now it creates a lead scoring formula, and it puts a weight into these things, because maybe, for example, if it is male or female, it has a lot more weight than if it came through the podcast or TikTok ads, correct? So now it does all these things, and it basically created the formula. So now it finished, and I want to make sure that I need to export the leads and see how they are scored. And this is based on past data, so now I can predict the future, right? So I come here and I say, let's export the leads. We'll export the leads with the scores. So what I should get is my same lead database with an extra column that has a score based on the formula that it created. Do you follow me? Good. So once we download that, then we upload it into Google Sheet. Because what I want to know if this is correct. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to sort all the leads based on the scores. So I will have the ones that are on top, like the best ones on top, and the worst ones at the bottom. So now, because I want to know how they work, I'm going to group them. I had 10,000 leads, so I'm going to create 5 groups of the first 2,000, then from 2,000 to 4,000, then from 3,000, from 4,000 to 6,000. Make sense? And I'm going to measure that conversion rate if those leads were different. So that means if I get more conversions in the ones that are on top, that means my lead scoring formula is good. Do you follow? So when we analyze that, put this here, and I'm going to create a pivot table, basically paint the whole thing, and then go into data, or whatever, tool, which one is? Insert, there you go. Pivot table, I'm going to create table, and I'm going to say, okay, let's make a grouping, and did it hold? There we go. So I'm saying, hey, which one is client and which one is not? Let's put the grouping as rows, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and let's count the leads. And we're going to, you see, I have groups of 2,000 each. Now we get and calculate the conversion rate of the top ones versus the bottom ones. And look at what we find out. The leads at the top, they convert at 235%. The leads at the bottom, they convert at 0.60. I know this is boring, but this is a 4 times difference in performance and conversion rate that your sales team is calling. So, but you tell me, Juan, well, I want graphs. This is, it's a table. And I go to ChatGPT and I say, okay, ChatGPT, graph these dimensions. And basically we'll go into, I think it used the Matplot library. And we'll come here and now starts creating the graphs. So I understand what my customer avatar that converts better is about. So what's the UTM campaign conversion rate based on where they come from? Where's the UTM source? Which lead magnet they sign up from? what countries, blah, blah, blah. And it created it only in 3 prompts, an analysis of all my past data. You could argue with your team all day long about your customer avatar. This is math. It's not arguing. And anybody can do this. You just need to use the creativity as we do for generating images and generating videos and generating scripts to ask hard questions about our business. So what's the impact of an analysis like this in your company? So let's look at some hard cold numbers here. So this is a conversion rate. The average is 1.53. Like if somebody asks you, hey, what's your conversion rate? You will say, oh, 1.5, something like that. But in reality, it depends on the lead score. What's your conversion rate? The best leads convert a lot better. So let's say you sell a $3,000 ticket, as we said. So this is the value per call. We had 1,000 people converted at this percentage for 3,000. This is arithmetic. It's not hard. You can follow. So, and those calls, they have a cost in advertising and in manpower. Correct? What that means is we get a margin per call. Because we don't know what we are buying. We're buying just leads. So there are some calls that had negative impact in our margin. And we didn't know because we see the 1.53 conversion rate and we're happy. But what this means is that that month, if that was the case, we made $59,000. Why? Because we had some lead groups that we shouldn't have purchased or called because they have negative margin. Now, this thing, it's a waste. We shouldn't do that. So, if we eliminate that, and we didn't buy them, and we didn't give it to our sales team, what would have happened? Well, we would have made 2 times more money with less work. So that's a 2x improvement just by doing some math and stop doing things that don't work. And this is just one analysis that you can do. I'm just trying to open a conversation between AI colleagues that maybe we need to start using ChatGPT for something that might be a little bit harder or a little bit more dry, not that fun, but it's important because math might be boring or tedious, but there's something, it doesn't lie. So this also matters a lot more than just the conversion rate. Because I used to be involved in a call center, 300 people. And basically the whole thing when you run this type of organizations or anyone that has a sales team, what does the sales team say about marketing? Their leads are shit. Can I curse here? Or, well, whatever. Their leads are bad. And what does the marketing guy say about the salespeople? They are lazy and they don't call them. And that goes and no, this time the leads are less quality than last month. Anyone that worked on a sales floor or with commission salespeople know that that happens. Now, when you have a lead scoring formula, instead of saying I generated 5,000 leads, you could say you generated this many score points of leads. And if you're generating the same over months, then that means the leads are the same quality. So no one could argue. So it also helps salespeople convert better. If you're a sales guy and you need to do 100 calls and you make 1 sale, it's tough. It's basically you're making 100 calls, 1 sale. Now if I make 3 sales every 100 calls, that's, I'm making almost 1 sale every 35 calls. Or every 34 calls. So I'm more willing to pick up the phone. Every time I pick up the phone, it's a lot happier to me. And I start getting, in the NBA, when a basketball player gets the hand hot, and they can shot at any point and they make it, they start getting that confidence because now they are converting more and more. You would start spending less money in advertising. You're not buying those 2,000 leads that you shouldn't buy, and you could invest more in buying more of the other leads, because guess what? Probably the other leads, they're a little bit more expensive, but who cares? And then if you wanted, you could feed this lead scoring formula into your website, and with some programming, you can only fire the Facebook conversion pixel or the Meta conversion pixel only when the lead has some quality assigned to that. So when you feed the algorithm the conversion, you don't fire because you're not interested in the leads that of group 5. So, etc., etc., etc. This is only one case of what you can do with GPT data analysts. Start thinking what it can do for your social media. You can feed it, hey, when am I getting more engagement? And Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, it would do that analysis for you. Should I post at this time or at this other time? It can do anything for you if you chat. And basically, if you're not a math-driven founder, and you've been, some people have, when I talk about math in conferences, they say, yeah, but I have Mr. Smith that he gave me a very bad time when I was a little kid, and I don't like math, and blah, blah, blah. You're not alone with ChatGPT. No one will notice you're bad at math. So just go and try it, put some CSV there and see if you get any insight. So I really believe this. I can literally double a business just by listening to what the numbers tell me. It's really easy. These things that I show you on lead scoring are around all your business about what type of videos you post. If you added an emoji or not to your subject line, that's all data that you can answer and you can stop arguing with your team. And we say that, your job or your market position won't be taken by AI, but will be taken by someone using an AI, but to do math. I want to add that because really, we can use AI to do all these creative things, but there's also this side of AI that I think we shouldn't ignore. It's not, you can tell that I love this thing, but it's not fun. It might be more tedious, but it does make you money. So that's it. Some thoughts there. There we go. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Juan. Do you want to double your sales? And yes? Say yes if you do. Yes. Thank you, Juan. Thank you for showing us how to do that. Now, it's about to get even more exciting. Juan and Iman just showed us the importance of innovation through AI. Because if you don't do that, you're becoming obsolete. Your business is going to become obsolete. And now, Dominic is going to show us how to build an entire team of custom AIs. What that means that is going to free up so much of your time so you can do what you do best, what you love. Dominic, he was the first creator to use AI as his social media agent, reaching over 100,000 followers on Instagram in just 22 days. He is a Mindvalley educator in the AI Mastery Program. He has worked with companies like Meta, Google, Adobe, to help them understand their AI strategy. And he's also worked with the top 100 Instagram users to help them understand how to further their reach. And I always say he is quite the magician, because there is something about him that just makes you feel like anything is possible. And indeed, today, he's about to teach you how to build an entire team, build $1 million business with just yourself. Say yes if you want to build $1 million business by yourself. I am so pleased to welcome back on stage Dominic.
Cash out, we finna go where the stars at. And beyond people, just that rip of the contract.
How is everybody today? Feeling good? You've been learning a lot again? Yes, that's amazing. How many people were here yesterday? Oh, okay. Most everybody. Hello again. Nice to see you. Familiar faces. And again, you learned a lot? Yes? Packing in a whole bunch of information? Have you had any breaks? No. Okay, that's fine. Let's take one now, shall we? One more time. Let's just take 3 deep breaths together. Y'all down for that? All right. Start with one inhale. And exhale. All right. Everybody feel a bit more grounded now? Okay, cool. All right. Well, today I was introduced to you as somebody who's going to teach you how to build $1 million business alone. Interestingly enough, the reason that I'm here is because I failed at building $1 million business alone. I tried to with artificial intelligence, and I knew that in the very beginning, if I succeeded, it was going to change the paradigm and give us incredible insights into how to use artificial intelligence for our business. And I knew if I failed, then it was going to change the paradigm and give us incredible insights on how to use AI to run our business. And here we are. So I would love to tell you all the things that I messed up, but also what I learned along the way and what I'm doing now and how you can start to incorporate these into your life and your business. You okay with that? All right, beautiful. How the slides looking? We good? Awesome. Sometimes I do the little breathing at the beginning because I myself am out here pumping. I love speaking on stage, but your heart does beat a little bit. So, once again, I'm gonna give you some upfront value. I do not want any negative comments here about how I'm wasting your time with philosophical stories. So if you'd like to pull out your phones, take a couple pictures, there's a few more tips up here for you. I'll wait till everybody has their phones out. It's free information, y'all. You can't find this on YouTube. Okay. So again, we're gonna go over the Tito method, but we have a new way of communicating with our GPTs that I'm going to go over. Let me see a few thumbs once you've taken your picture. Awesome. All right, next one. We're going to need to start gathering some information about our business to give to the GPTs. So here's an easy list of some of the things that you're going to need to gather on your own time. And I'm going to show you a very easy way to do this as well. If you're in marketing, advertising, these things could help you. All right. And then if you have a customer service or sales in your business at all, this could help you too. Okay. my man with the iPad. You remind me of the picture of the little girl with like the laptop in the camera taking a picture. Okay, and here are 2 tools. Obviously, you guys probably know a lot about ChatGPT, but a good friend of mine, Justin Feinberg, he has a company called Cassidy AI. And it's a bit more advanced. It's for like larger enterprise companies. I know a lot of you have employees here, so that tool can be very helpful for you. And I'm gonna touch base on it a little bit. So if you wanna dive into it, that's the QR code to access it, okay? All right. So today, the promise is that I'm gonna teach you how to build a team of AIs, so that you can do multiple tasks across your company. Some of the ones that I use is Legal GPT, Agent GPT. This is the social media. A sneak peek of it came yesterday. And then also a Customer GPT. This is for when I'm trying to reply to customers and I'm trying to give information about FAQs, things like that. And then a Community GPT for people like you. Is a very different type of communication, and I want to make sure that the guidelines in my communication are aligned with that. And this is what that looks like. That's not what that looks like. How many of you have heard of a unicorn? Okay, so you guys know what that is. Would somebody like to shout out what a unicorn is? Yes, a unicorn is a $1 billion company, exactly. ChatGPT thought that it was an actual unicorn. Okay, so obviously many of you have heard of what a unicorn is, actually, $1 billion business. But anyway, that came from a quote from Sam Altman. And Sam Altman is the founder of OpenAI. And this is the actual video of that interaction.
Highly performant, smaller teams, thanks to these tools and these technologies, can be able to do so much more. Is that a trend you're seeing from the startups growing around y'all in Cerebral Valley?
We're going to see 10-person billion-dollar companies pretty soon, like billion-dollar valuations. And the thing that in my little group chat with my tech CEO friends, there's this betting pool for the first year that there's a one-person billion-dollar company, which would have been unimaginable without AI, and now will happen.
I'm so happy you said that because I literally just wrote that out in a letter to my LPs for an AGM. This is a radical idea, and it gets even more exciting when you remember none of us ever, or all of us who have built companies to even more than 100 people don't miss back when it was smaller. And I think there's going to be a new drug, the exact opposite of that ZERP phenomenon, where CEOs and founders are going to just be so excited to get up and go to work with, much smaller, much more performant, much more stronger culturally teams. And
okay, so I am very grateful for Sam Altman. I'm very grateful for OpenAI. I'm grateful for all of the builders who have come before me. I'm even grateful for you and all the things that you've built and given to the world. Some of you have maybe built things that I'm involved in and I've actually benefited from in this life. So I'm very grateful for all of it. I am also grateful for the information and the knowledge and the wisdom that I've gathered in business in my path. And I know that with every outcome is directed by an incentive. Now you're being told something that is capital I impossible. Nobody has ever built a billion-dollar business alone. You're being told something that has been impossible. What would the incentive behind that be? From Sam Altman. Well, he's the founder of an AI company. Obviously, he wants us to use these tools, right? He wants us to use artificial intelligence. He wants businesses to start using artificial intelligence. I do believe that he has very good reason for this. I believe that there's positivity in his heart. I believe that he believes it. All I'm saying is that there is an incentive behind it. And I want to catch you guys up on where we actually are today, because I don't want your expectations of the present to cloud how you behave and cloud how you actually start to integrate this into your business. So I did something that was lowercase I impossible. Has anybody here read The Art of Impossible by Stephen Kotler? Yes. Okay, great book, yeah? All right. So there's this guy basically who, he was a journalist for extreme sport athletes. And he went around journalizing? He went around gathering stories of people doing impossible things. And he has lowercase I impossible and uppercase I impossible. Lowercase I impossible goals are simply things, bless you. Lowercase I impossible things are simply things that have been done before. It's just that you have never done them before. Capital I impossible goals are things that have never been done before, ever. But right when one person does it, it opens the mind of everybody capable of achieving it. So what I did is I had a lowercase I impossible goal. Last time I was on this stage, second to last time, I was on here yesterday, but a year ago I was on the stage, and at the very end I said, I am going to build $1 million business in 100 days. And everybody applauded, and I was feeling real good about myself. And I went off and I started tapping away at ChatGPT. And I knew that if I succeeded, it would help everybody, and if I failed, I would help too. And that is why we're here. And I started looking around at ChatGPT, and I realized, I came to a very stark realization. I realized that it could not take action for me. I realized that it would help me with the business idea, but it was simply regurgitating ideas that it had already had. But that was fine. I went on and I took action myself anyway. 5 days in, I got my revenue idea. I was going to use AI to clone myself, kind of how I taught you guys yesterday, but not for content, but for education. You'd be able to talk to an avatar of Mr. Grateful to learn anything that you wanted to. And we could replicate this with anybody. It would be amazing. The only problem is that I have no idea how to code, and I have no idea how to build a product. I thought this is how ChatGPT was going to help me. So I said, okay, ChatGPT, let's code this. Let's make it. Full of bugs. None of it worked. I said, okay, well, who do I need to hire to make this happen? And it gave me a list of people that I need to hire. I said, okay. So I start reaching out to everybody in my LinkedIn and on my Instagram, and I'm messaging them. 20 days in, I'm finally finding the one person that can help me. For 20 days, I was a hiring manager. No content, no business, no money. I'm a hiring manager. Okay. So I start talking with this person, and they're asking me to guide them on how to build this product. All right, well, now I'm a product manager. They're giving me solutions. I'm presenting them with problems. They're presenting me with problems. I'm trying to give them solutions that I don't have. This is a problem. So now 30 days in to my 100-day challenge, no money, no product, no team, just ChatGPT over here telling me what to do. That's not gonna work. This is what I was using, just one little Founder GPT. 2 days ago, OpenAI released their 5 stages to AGI. Does anybody here know what AGI is? Raise your hand if you know what AGI is. Okay. What is AGI? Yes, general artificial intelligence. Essentially, level 5 here of artificial general intelligence is an AI that can do the work of an organization. But what they just said is that we are only on level 1. Chatbots with conversation. All I'm doing back and forth here is having a conversation with ChatGPT. That's not going to help me. I might as well talk to anybody here. I mean, it's not actually helping me at all. It's just being an advisor. Level 2 is reasoning like a human being. ChatGPT can solve some basic puzzles, but it cannot reason between these domains like we really want it to. Level 3 being agents taking action on our behalf. So I know that you guys have seen, even yesterday when I put on custom GPTs, and you click a button and it runs through some things. It looks like agency. The only problem with agency is that it actually means that it's taking actions on your behalf without you prompting it at all. It's not narrow. It's not focused on one thing. It can take actions across the board whenever it deems it's reasonable to do so. Custom GPTs is not agency. And then we have innovation, AI that can actually come up with brand new ideas. So imagine when we have an AI that can come up with a new idea. Right now, human beings are the only beings in the universe that we know of that can come up with new ideas. All AI is doing is pattern recognition. It's just a word predictor. And then level 5 would be actually building an organization of people level that's able to reason, take agency, make decisions on its own, and then create unique solutions, and then do that at scale. We're just not there yet. We're only on level 1. So in your mind, you have to realize that if you're expecting AI to do all of the work for you today, we simply aren't there. However, the wise person always does continuous learning. So we have a capital I impossible goal here, to build $1 billion business with just one of you, all right? Does anybody here drive a really fast car? Not yet. Has anybody here driven a really fast car? Yeah? What'd you drive? A Porsche. Yes, okay. What kind of car did you drive? A Porsche 911, okay. Love Porsche 911s, yes. So, Porsche 911s can go really fast. What's the fastest you've gone in a Porsche? 200 something. Nuts, okay. All right. Now imagine today what we are actually doing is we're on a horse. We are the people behind the horse like this. The horse is the present day software that we're using, all right? The next level of that, if you start to incorporate artificial intelligence into your business, would be switching out that horse for a car. It's still you behind the wheel, you're driving, but it's more like a Honda. If we were given level 5 artificial intelligence today, and you didn't learn anything that you're learning here today, what would happen is you're taking that Porsche 911 Turbo and you're putting it on the frame of a Honda. What would happen if you put the engine of a Porsche 911 into the frame of a Honda? It can't withstand it. The car is going to just fall apart. It would not be able to drive. The engine itself would crumble the frame. So what you're doing today is you're learning how to slowly integrate artificial intelligence into your company so that the frame of your business is suitable for the time that level 5 comes. Does that make sense? Okay. So today, we're going to take the first step into integrating this AI into your company in a very friendly way, not only into your company, but into your life. All right. So the first things that we're going to do is create these custom GPTs. Now, one of the most advanced or most fully robust systems that you can do this with is Cassidy AI. Now, Cassidy AI is essentially this platform created by Justin Feinberg in New York. And what he does, what he's built is a tool for you to create these different agents all in one program. And you can speak about the different departments of your business all in one program. And something really amazing about this is it's not stuck in just ChatGPT. You can actually plug in Claude or Gemini or other large language models all in one, okay? This is amazing. But some of you might not want to go enterprise level like that. Maybe we have people that are just slowly getting into it. And in that case, you're just gonna wanna take some of these documents that you have and put them into your ChatGPT. Now there's 3 ways that you can do this. ChatGPT has 3 sources of memory. And I wanna break down each one of these for you, okay? The first is custom instructions. So, in your ChatGPT, in the top right, you can actually go to Customize ChatGPT. And here is where you give it information that is constant about your business all the time, across the board. Okay? So this is things like your name, the name of the company, where you're based, where you're located, what you do, things that are constant that never change, okay? The second place where you can store information is in the memory. You would just go to your settings again, go up to personalization, and then turn on the memory. And then you hit manage, and here is where you can see everything that ChatGPT remembers about you. Now the custom instructions and the memory are both going to be interconnected into all of the chats that you have. Does anybody have their custom instructions filled out already? All right, awesome. Does anybody have their memory turned on already? All right, okay, beautiful, beautiful. So we have about 20% of people that are getting this rolling. Amazing. Now the third way is what we're gonna talk about today and what we broke down yesterday is custom GPTs. Now by using the custom GPT, we can go here in the back end and we can start to upload some of this information that ChatGPT is going to need to know about your company. And you would do that just by filling out all of the basic information here. But the point that we're trying to get to here is once I finally scroll down on my screen, you're going to see knowledge base. And in the knowledge base, you can click upload files. And this is where you can upload any files about your company. There it is. How many people here have documents in their knowledge base filled out? Nice, sick. Okay, good, good. All right. So, you guys remember Tito from yesterday, yeah? Okay, what did the T stand for? Trigger, yes. What did the I stand for? Instructions, yes, I love this. What did the second T stand for? Templates, yes, great job. And the O? What was that? Output, yes, amazing. I love this. Good job, y'all. So, for those of you who did not remember, this is the acronym for Tito. This is how you set up your custom GPT. And we can start to break down how this actually works now. All righty, we rolling here? Here we go. Okay, so if you're in a position where you want to know what types of documents should I upload into ChatGPT, like if you need to start and you're trying to get this ball rolling, you want to create your legal GPT and you want to create your social media GPT, where do you start? What documents should you even upload? The best thing that you can do is simply ask. There's no magic bullet here. Just ask the GPT. It's very simple. So I want to make custom GPTs for each area of my business. What are the different departments of my business? And what are the documents that I need to upload? Simply ask, and it will let you know exactly what you should be uploading into here. You can take pictures of the responses here if you want to save yourself a couple prompts. But this is very underestimated. I get a lot of people asking me questions a lot of times that you could actually just ask ChatGPT. It'll tell you exactly what you need to know to upload. The second way that you can do this is by simply talking to it. So who here uses ChatGPT on their phone? Yes, amazing. Okay, cool. So you guys all have the app. Do you use your voice? Yes, okay, cool. So one of the ways that you can start to incorporate all of this information, and I'm gonna try to do it live here. One of the ways that you can start to incorporate some of this information is by simply asking ChatGPT to interview you. I was in a position back then when I was first starting out with this challenge where I didn't have any of this information about my business. I didn't have legal documents. I didn't have legal templates. I didn't have brand guidelines and all of this. I was just trying to get started, right? So one of the ways that I started to use ChatGPT to gather the information that I needed was simply by asking it to interview me, okay? So on your phone here, you can just click the little headphones icon in the bottom right, and you can start asking it questions. Let me see if this works. Hello. Sorry, everybody else's ChatGPTs are going off right now. That's hilarious. All right. Here, I'll start one more time. Hello. I am trying to gather documents for my social media custom GPT, but I don't have any of my documents ready. I need you to gather some of the information that you need to make this GPT possible. Can you just ask me one simple question at a time so that you can gather the information that you need?
Could you tell me what specific tasks or purposes you want your custom GPT to handle on your social media platforms?
Yeah, I want it to generate content for me, and I want it to make a long-term marketing strategy so that I understand what content to actually make day to day.
Got it. To generate content and a long-term marketing strategy, could you share some key themes or topics you want your content to focus on?
Sure. Yeah, I want to talk about artificial intelligence. I want to talk about how you can actually incorporate mindfulness and self-improvement and self-development into your workflows and into your life so that you can use AI in a more mindful way.
Great. That's a strong focus. Now, can you tell me the specific types of content you usually create or want to create? For example, are you looking to produce blog posts, social media updates?
If you ever want to interrupt her, you can actually just tap on the screen and hold down, and she will not interrupt you until you release it. Ignore what I just said. Okay, so I want to make content for YouTube and Instagram, short form tutorials and news posts, and I want to start interviewing people as well.
Perfect. That gives me a clear idea. Next, how often do you plan?
Okay, so now what I want you to do is take my answers and turn it into a PDF, please.
I've created the PDF with the information you've provided. You can download it using the link below. Download Custom GPT Social Media Strategy PDF. Please open your app to see this link.
Beautiful. So now I do have a link here at the bottom, and it should show up here in a moment. This method of speaking to ChatGPT and then turning your answers into PDFs is how you can take the ideas from your brain about your business and then turn it into the files that you need into the knowledge base. So remember when we were building the custom GPTs in Tito, in the T, the templates, this is how you can build templates from your own voice. And you can multiply this across your company. So let's say you have a videographer that works for you. you can do this with them and have ChatGPT interview them about the processes and the things that they do. So then you can take that PDF and then upload it into your videographer or social media GPT in the background, right? Maybe you work with a lawyer and you want to make sure that you have the exact frameworks and the templates that you need in order to do your work on the back end before you approach them. You can have them talk to it as well. I've done this. So down at the bottom, it should pop up, but maybe I can show you here. It does turn into this little blue tab right here. So you can click on that, and then it turns into my PDF, and I can just upload that to my files. Oh yeah, thanks. You able to zoom? Do you have zoom on this camera? Hey, nice. Okay, cool. So you're gonna take this, save to files. Oh, it's kind of white. But yeah, save it to files, and then you can go back and then upload it into your knowledge base. Does that make sense? All right, amazing, cool, cool. And I believe that this is a description of actually how to do that. It's okay, you guys got the gist. You can also do this on ChatGPT on your computer as well. How many of you have the ChatGPT Mac desktop app downloaded? Sick, awesome, awesome. This is a worthy group right here. So, if you want to do this, you can go to Settings, and then there's actually a link right there in your settings to download the custom GPT, or to download the desktop app for your Mac. Okay, so, yeah, and then this is an example of me uploading that as a knowledge base into the background. Okay, so now what we have after doing this in many iterations, not only with my interview, but also with all of the templates that I gave you yesterday, with some information about me, I can now go in here and ask it certain questions. For instance, today, I uploaded the project brief that I had for this Mindvalley experience. I uploaded it. And automatically what it's going to do is going to give me content concepts that I can use to maximize the content that I can then create from this experience here, from my talk. Okay, but we've realized actually a central problem is that even if you were to create every single one of these GPTs for the different departments of your company, how are they going to work together? How can they actually integrate with one another? So the human brain has the human body has 135 billion neurons in it. That's incredible. However, ChatGPT 4 had 1.8 trillion parameters in it. That only means, though, that if we had 13 human beings, we'd have as many neurons in our brains as the ChatGPT has parameters. Only 13. When you put it at that scale, you realize that ChatGPT is not all that powerful, right? If we were able to put in 8 billion people and connect all of their knowledge, all of their experience together into one entity, we would be super intelligent. This also raises the question of empathy. This is the reason why we need empathy as human beings, is because we don't have each other's knowledge. We don't have each other's experiences. We need empathy to be able to relate with one another even without experiencing each other's experiences. And then it raises the question about artificial intelligence empathy. Would artificial intelligence need empathy if it has the knowledge of every human being? Would it automatically be empathetic? That's a question for another talk. But for now, what we know is that AI can do this. AI can get the information from all of us into one place. And here's how to do it with ChatGPT. It's simply by using the at button. The at button. There's a word for that. So let's say I'm in here and I'm working on my custom GPT with my agent, okay? I upload my project brief, and I want some content about what I'm talking about today. Here's the project, and now I want to talk about all of the different content ideas that I can make from my talk and what I'm teaching to you. And I want to use this content, but I'm sharing some really crazy information. So I don't want anybody here to know about it. I don't want anybody outside of this room to know about it. So what I can do is, I'm going to wait for my past self to catch up to me. Okay, so here's my content that it generated for me. But let's say I want to protect this content. Now I can just come in here and type in my legal GPT, and all of the information that my lawyer, my GPT lawyer now has, it can apply it to the thread that I'm actually working in right now. So I can just say, I need an NDA contract so that nobody here shares any information. I'm gonna make all of y'all sign it, by the way, before you walk out the door. Now my lawyer already has my NDA information. It already has the template in the background, and it can start to incorporate the information from this talk into the information, or into the NDA that it generates. Something insane that I never realized is how tracked we are online. Essentially, what GPT here is doing is it's personalizing the content to me, right? It's personalizing the information that it gives me. It's personalizing all of my content, the contracts and all that. That's happening to you every single day on the internet. I mean, it's one of the reasons why we're doing this, right? We want to personalize the efforts that we're giving to our customers. You have approximately 146 gigabytes of information gathered from you every single day, just from your web browser. You also have 18 different data points that are gathered from you from your dating apps and from your e-commerce history. And you also have several gigabytes gathered from you every single day from your trackers, from your phone, the pedometer in your iPhone walking around, your location data, where you're walking to. All of this data is being collected about you. And what are you using it for? It's being collected, taken, and then used on you. It's not being used for you. You aren't actually using it. Is there a way that we can take this information and use it for ourselves while combining it with the custom GPTs? This is what I wanted to know. After I had failed miserably at my $1 million challenge, I decided to pack it up and move to New York. It sounds really sad, but I was working with Meta and my life was fine, and I flew out there and I just wanted to be in more robust energy, right? And being away from content for a little bit, I wanted to work on my body. I wanted to work on my mind. I wanted to start to work on myself. I had gotten into this rabbit hole of trying to work on my business and making content constantly that I had completely I felt sick. And then I moved to New York. It's gray, December, raining. It was I didn't feel good. But my job is to be integrated with AI and to help people with artificial intelligence. So I thought, can AI help me with this? Can AI help me in some way to feel better, to feel healthier? So then I created Body GPT and Food GPT and Mind GPT. And I even created a clone of myself. How many people in here are entrepreneurs? How many of you have lost a night's sleep for your business? How many of you have skipped a workout for your business? How many of you have eaten junk food to save time for your business? Right. A lot of the times we are actually sacrificing ourselves for our business. We're sacrificing our health for our business. So I made Body GPT. And what it can do after it understands the information that I've gathered and put it in here is it can give me a full, structured plan for my health. This is how I'm starting to use artificial intelligence to become healthier. So this is my full workout plan that it gave me. And then any day that I want, based on that plan, I can now come in here, hit daily workout, and it will give me a workout for that day based on my body, because now I am using my data for me. Now, how am I doing this? Well, you guys probably have a health app on your phone, yes? Okay, so what do you use any of this information for? Do you ever go in there and just scroll and just hang out with your data? Do you know what to do with it? Not at all. But artificial intelligence, trained on all of the data on the internet, should have some idea of how to actually integrate this. Soon, we will see an application that'll be built that'll take all of our health data and congregate it into one place to help us with this. But right now, it doesn't exist, and this is how it's possible. So what I'll do is I'll come in here and I will screenshot all of the information about my business or about my health, and then I will upload it into ChatGPT. And I can actually do this just with the imagery on my phone. You want to do another zoom shot? Okay. You got me? Can you do a little? Yeah, nice. Okay. So I can come to my Grateful Body, and we can actually upload screenshots. So these are those screenshots that I just took. Add that. And now it's giving me a health summary based on my workout, based on my data. And again, what we can do it's giving me recommendations based on this. And now what we're able to do is say, save this as a PDF. So now this information that I gathered about my body is now uploaded into the knowledge base of a GPT, which now I can get some more real information about how to actually behave, how to work out, and how to treat my body. But it didn't stop there. I went and got my blood drawn, and I wanted to know everything about my body. I got a full comprehensive test done. They drew my blood, and they ran my cholesterol, my testosterone, all the vitamins that I had in my body, and I decided to upload this as well. And I uploaded this into a food GPT in the same way. The next way is I started to integrate my values, who I am as a person. Has anybody here taken a values test from Personal Values? So this website right here allows you to select all the values that are important to you in your life. And then, after you select, I think there's about 62 values total that you can collect, that you can select from. And once you select all of them, what happens is it starts to bet one against another. And you have to decide which one is more important to you. I guess you guys are also along with me here on this self-realization. All right. There we go. And now it starts to put them against each other. And you have to decide which one you actually want to side with. And at the end of this, it will give you 5 values that are your top. And what I did is I then uploaded this into the back of my custom GPT. So now I have GPTs for my entire company. I have GPTs for my body, and I have GPTs for me. But what happens when we bring our business and our bodies together into one? Can I start to actually get some insights about my business connected to who I am? Well, I just told it that I wanted a workout. And then after that, I can ask it what I should eat after this workout. And I do this by adding the Food GPT. This is a level of specificity that we've never had before, and it's on demand in our pockets all the time. We already have a lot of this data being collected about us every single day. We just aren't using it. Now we can. Okay. Now, I know this talk was a bit more technical, a bit more complex, but it's very practical. And these are things that everybody can start to incorporate into their business and into their lives right now. I know that a billionaire, a sick man, a billionaire who is sick wants one thing: health. And a healthy person wants a billion things. So on your pursuit to growing your business, on your pursuit to trying to improve your workflows, on your pursuit to trying to get more followers and grow, make sure that we're also using this technology in a way that can be integrated with who we are and with our bodies. I'm Dominic, Mr. Grateful. Thank you. No, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. I have some more time. Do I have more time? 5? Okay, cool. I would just like to answer questions. I really appreciate actually being able to engage with you and talk to you. And a lot of people were coming up to me yesterday, so I'd like to answer some of the questions that you actually have right now. Yes? Oh, mic runners, my bad. I did not give you guys enough time.
Thank you. Your energy is amazing, by the way. I'm feeling lit up by your association to all this, and it's affecting my new association to it. So there's this full feedback loop happening right here, right now. So my question to you is, because I was the person asked about the intuitive parenting earlier, in this whole journey for you, how has your personal, unique understanding of what intuition is to you, how has that been part of this journey?
How has my intuition been a part of my journey?
Yeah. You seem to be in flow here, so it's just interesting.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that for a lot of my life, I was disconnected from my intuition. I actually feel as though today I'm closer to my 6-year-old self than I feel like I'm connected to than I was maybe a couple of years ago. I think a couple of years ago, I started to live based on how everybody else decided that I should.
Exactly. Yeah.
But there's always been this voice inside that you have to decide to listen to. I've always, when I was a little kid, I just saw myself popular, speaking to a lot of people, wearing all black, using creative technology. And I started to get away from that a little bit to make other people happy. And I think once you do that enough and you reach a point where you just decide to, where that voice starts to scream at you and it's loud enough, you start to listen to it. Intuition to me is something that I'm still working on. But I think honestly it's just the ability to choose to listen to yourself, not to betray yourself. Every time that you have that gut feeling and you have that voice that's calling to you and you ignore it, you betray yourself and you get further away from who you are. So I've been trying to train my intuition a little bit by taking books. This is something my woman has taught me. I'll get a book and I'll close my eyes and try to flip to a random page. And then whatever that random page tells me, I try to just connect it with whatever I'm going through today in any book. That's something that I'm working on to like train my intuition a bit. So great question. Thank
Amazing.
you. I appreciate it.
I'm hearing you say you're listening to the whispers so that the shouts don't have to come.
Yeah,
It's great.
Exactly.
Well done. Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? Yes. Oh, actually, my bad. She had her hand up and I called on her before, but we went to a different person.
I had one question that why do we need food GPT, this GPT? Because mainly we are just adding a template and it analyzes that. And why can't just one GPT do that?
I'm sorry.
Because we had this food GPT, health GPT, and other, customized GPTs. But if in general I give my template to generic chat GPT, it should be able to give me data. Why do we customize them and what is the difference?
Okay, good question. So she's asking, why do we customize the GPTs and put them into different boxes, right? Okay, so one of the, Vishen was talking about computational thinking the other day. Essentially, computers think by breaking down tasks into, breaking down a big task into many separate tasks, and then going through that process. Well, what happens if you were to collect your body data with your legal data all in one GPT, what's going to happen is it's starting to parse out the information in a way that's just completely inefficient, right? It has to go through all of this information that you have. If you're asking it about, let's say, what to eat for the day, but then it has to parse through your legal templates, and then it has to go through your your workout templates and then your content templates to give you answers, it's actually going to be a bit less efficient and a bit less accurate, okay? They have something called a token limit. Essentially, a token limit is the number of tokens that an AI can actually use in its responses. So the reason why we break them up is to specify the information that it's actually retrieving before it gives us the information.
But could we club the similar type of information, like suppose health, values, about our body in one, and then maybe, like you said, different departments have to interact with each other.
Yeah.
So could we put a few departments which work together in one GPT so that we don't have to find means to interact?
A good rule of thumb for me and for any bright thinker is to never tell somebody not to try something. If you have an idea and you have a way of going about it and you want to connect these dots in a way that makes sense to you and your business, I never tell you not to do that. So definitely experiment with that. Try to put the different pieces of information together and see how it works for you. What's worked best for me is to separate them, and it gives me more accurate specified responses, and then I can call on them whenever I choose by using the @ sign.
Okay, I just thought whether it was already experimented, then we could use the expert knowledge.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for the question.
Yes, hi. I have two questions. First one is like, what are the 3 lessons that you learned from the mistakes that you made with the challenge that you had last year? You made like you want to be in 3 months so and so.
Yeah.
That was the first one. The second one, like in order to have a YouTube, like to automate it completely, we use some triggers like Zapier and so on. Like, do you have any specific suggestions how to clone it? Like, how should we use 11 Labs to first use our voice, then HeyGen to like clone ourselves? Like, what are the maybe top 3 applications to automate it completely so that my phone's automatically uploads it to YouTube? I just take videos, it designs the video for me and uploads it.
Yeah. Okay, for sure. So 2 questions here. One is, what are the 3 lessons I learned from trying to do the $1 Million Challenge? And the second one was, how can I automate the content further from what I talked about yesterday? I can use make.com and start to string together a flow. So this is something that I'm going to be teaching in the AI Mastery class. It's the more advanced level of the whole automation process. So if you want to learn more about that, I think Vishen has some more information about it after. The 3 lessons that I learned from the content, from the challenge. First one was, don't focus on the when, focus on the when. So what I did was I put this 100-day block in front of me. And what happened is even when I burned 50 days doing something that didn't feel like I was progressing towards my goal, I felt like I couldn't achieve it at all because I couldn't do it in 100 days. When the truth is that I'm still working on that. I'm still trying to find ways to achieve that. It might not happen in 100 days, but it'll happen eventually. So one of the things that I realized is to focus on the when and not when it's actually going to happen. Just make steady progress every single day. The other thing that I learned was, which was a good sign, was to tell your goals to a lot of people. Don't tell your goals to one person. So when I tell my goals to one person, what happens is I get that initial dopamine hit of feeling like okay, they approve of me, they believe in me, nice. And a little bit of me starts to fall off. When I tell it to a bunch of people, I feel incredibly inclined to continue going down that path, because if I let myself down, I'm letting everybody down. So it holds me much more accountable. And number 3 lesson that I learned in this challenge was, honestly, it was, I had moved to New York around that time, and I realized that I am always with me. No matter where I travel, no matter where I go to, I am always stuck with who I am. So I have to benefit and I have to develop myself as a person. Not necessarily my business or my content first, but myself as a business, myself as a person. And I can do that by learning new things. I can do that by traveling and meeting new people. But I had to develop myself first, because I'm always with me. I'm always stuck with me. No matter where I was in the world, I still had my habits. I still had my patterns. I was still stuck with whatever knowledge that I had. So I definitely say, focus on the when, not the when. Try to do everything now. Don't worry about the how. Tell your goals to a lot of people. Don't be afraid to fail. When you fail, you get the opportunity to sit here and talk to people about how they can succeed in the future. And 3 is to improve yourself by learning and by developing better relationships and by developing better habits within yourself. And then that'll overflow into your company.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. Amazing, incredible job, incredible job. So, over the past 3 days, we really got a sneak peek of what it will look like. So it's important you stay with us, because we're about to teach you how to turn all of this into reality, how to implement all of this. So we have Vishen, CEO of Mindvalley, to show you exactly how this can be executed right now. Stay with us.
Hi, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us. So we had about 110,000 people register for the summit, which was wonderful. This was our biggest attendance summit that we've ever organized at Mindvalley. And we've only been doing this summit model for about 1 year. So those of you online, please leave in the chat, how was it? What was your biggest insight? We'd love to check that out. And team, if you guys are just checking the chat, let's observe what people are writing down. Write down, what was a key insight that you got that is going to change the way you work? For me, if I had to pick one today, it's going to be hard, but there were 2 that really stood out just from today. One is lead scoring. I realized we're not applying this. A company like ours spends tens of millions working with advertising, with leads, and lead scoring could probably free up millions of dollars. And so that was really exciting for me, and I cannot wait to catch up with Juan on that. And the second thing was AI clones. So if you check Mindvalley's Instagram, and if you look at the stories, you'll see there's a story with Iman Obu inviting everyone to show up for the AI Summit. And Iman is walking through the corridors of this building, except it's not Iman, it's her clone. Now, this just occurred to me. Someone is asking in the audience, why do an AI clone when you can just sit in front of the camera? Well, my team has been bugging me for the last 3 days to go live on Instagram and remind people that this summit is happening. I was just so busy because I'm running this whole Mindvalley University project. And so the team went to Iman and they said, well, you have a clone on HeyGen. Could you do this video for us? And so Iman didn't even have, all Iman had to say was yes, and then click a button and her clone did the video. That was amazing, and you saved me so much work because I sometimes dread being in front of the camera as well. And so this was a big insight for me because I realized I can significantly cut down my time for these little Instagram stories. I don't think it's going to replace me going on YouTube and sharing things I'm passionate about, but little stories, reminders for people to show up, and announcing a reminder for a webinar, this is going to make my life so much easier. So now let's get started with AI Summit, our closing, and the introduction to our AI Mastery program. So one of the things that Mindvalley is most proud of is the quality of this new division that we launched called Mindvalley Mastery. Mindvalley membership is great if you want to learn by yourself, by getting, for a very low price, access to over 100 of the world's greatest teachers in all the things that school didn't teach you. Whether it's parenting from Shefali Sabari, public speaking from Lisa Nichols, building a business from Bern Harnish, branding from Mickey Agrawal. All of that's on Mindvalley membership, but all of that you got to learn by yourself. It's a learning model called Quest, micro-sized learning, a few minutes every day. But there's a whole other aspect of education, AI training, social media training, where things are changing so fast. If you record a video, it's going to be obsolete in 12 months. And in this new world of education, this is where we created Mastery. AI Mastery is live training with the teachers that you experience on stage here. So imagine these teachers coming to you on Zoom for 3 hours every week, just 3 hours, to help teach you the most incredible uses of AI. And all of this within a structured curriculum that spans 4 months. This curriculum is designed to put you in the top 0.1% of people using AI. See, even with ChatGPT being the fastest adopted new technology in the history of the world, most people who use ChatGPT are dabblers, meaning they play around with it, they are fascinated by it, but they don't go deep. But if you look at what can happen when you go deep, I think, for example, Juan gave you some ideas of that, as did Dominic. And when you look at other AI tools, HeyGen, Vocable, tools like 11 Labs, there's so much more you can create. That puts you in the top 0.1%. That's what this program is designed to do. So AI Mastery is designed to put you in the top 1%. Now, what does this get you? What would it look like if you had an extra 1 to 2 days a week? So here's how much AI is like changing businesses, right? In January last year, Mindvalley, my company, had 35 open positions for marketing. Towards the end of Jan, around Jan 31st, excuse me, I got on ChatGPT and I realized how fluent ChatGPT was for copywriting and marketing. By the end of February that year, 30 days later, we had shut down. Of these 35 positions, only 5 to 6 were open. The rest of them were shut down because I told my team, look, this is just the beginning of these tools. The more we deploy these, the more we're going to be able to do a lot of our marketing needs without increasing headcount. And so we shut down a lot of these other positions, and then our marketers actually found that they could increase their efficiency 200-300%. One copywriter found 70% of his workload disappeared just from getting to use ChatGPT in an effective way. Now, when I applied that to myself, by around June last year, I'd saved up 1 to 2 extra days of work as a CEO. Because a lot of the stuff I'm doing as a CEO is content production, because I'm a spokesperson for Mindvalley, copywriting, checking the messaging on our emails, because I got to make sure the messaging is right. Now, ChatGPT comes in, and so much of my work I'm automating and teaching my team how to use unique prompts to engineer that. And as ChatGPT and other AI tools get better and better and better, I start saving up more time. What would 1 to 2 days of extra what would 1 to 2 extra days a week mean to you? To me, it didn't mean more time to just watch Netflix and vegetate. It did mean I actually had more time to start focusing on my health. I started embracing and experimenting with several new biohacking trends. I also had more time to innovate. And so this year, I'm launching 2 different new divisions of Mindvalley, a new social media app and a supplement brand. But I couldn't have been able to do it if I was bogged down in the nitty-gritty of just running that core business 5 days a week. So 1 to 2 extra days a week could be more freedom. It could mean more time for innovation. It could mean more time for your health. Another advantage I got is I love traveling, and I got to travel more. With extra time, I actually started to take Fridays to travel to a different city, network, attend seminars, learn. I couldn't do that before because now I found I only had to really focus on work 4 days a week. I had an extra day completely free. So what would it mean to you? Ask yourself this question, because what you're going to see is when you really get into AI, no matter what you're doing, whether you're an artist, whether you're an accountant, whether you're a founder of a startup, you are going to gain more time. So The goal of this program is to become a master of applied AI. What we mean by that is we're not teaching you to be an AI engineer, right? That's Man and Dave. Man and has a master's in AI. Most of the rest of our trainers are just nerds who love dabbling. Except Iman, she doesn't like being called a nerd. She's a smart sophisticated human being who goes really deep in AI. But the rest of us are just nerds who just find this technology really fascinating and start dabbling. And you can be an AI nerd too. And when you do, what happens is that you start seeing incredible savings in productivity. Now, I want you to know, it's not just savings in productivity. It's saving your business. Diamandis said by the end of this decade, there will be two types of companies. Companies using AI or companies that are out of business. Diamandis also said, and he wrote the book Bold and the book Abundance, which are all books that predicted our future. And he's pretty accurate at what he does. I used to be part of Diamandis had a foundation called the X Prize. I was on the innovation board, so I got to be in lots of meetings with him, hear this man's brilliant mind. And one of the things he mentioned in one of these meetings was that between 2022 and 2026, we will see in 4 years as much innovation as the year 1900 to 2000. Now, we said that in 2014, and we're beginning to see that right now because of AI and then humanoid robots and all of these new technologies which are emerging. And so the question is really, do you want to survive and thrive as a business or be made obsolete? And no matter how innovative your business is, someone is right now using AI to render your business obsolete. So
everything is in the right...
This was my realization when I realized if I didn't act soon, Mindvalley was going to be screwed. So this happened around 22 months ago. So what happened was 11 Labs started emerging, and 11 Labs started getting uncannily accurate at duplicating human voice. And then ChatGPT started getting insanely powerful. So at that point, I was going through an issue with my eyesight. So I went to my friend Marissa Peer, the world-famous hypnotherapist, and I knew that eyesight can be improved with hypnotherapy. So I asked her, could you produce a custom hypnotherapy with me to help me? So she recorded something. I went to a house in London. She recorded something. I started listening to it. And sure enough, a few months later, I had my eyes checked, and the doctor told me I didn't need glasses for day-to-day functioning, only like glasses for astigmatism at night, which is right now, you know, I don't wear my glasses. If you look at older pictures of me, I'm wearing glasses. And so I saved this hypnotherapy. Now, one day, one of my employees comes to me, and she's a really smart person, but she says, Vishen, I'm really starting to worry. I'm having long-term COVID, and it's affecting my brain. I'm having brain fog. Now, I also knew from scientific studies that brain fog is something that one can fix. So I asked, I couldn't go to Marissa Peer because Marissa Peer will help me, but I can't take advantage of our friendship and ask her to, you know, help my hundreds of employees. So I asked Marissa Peer for permission to try an experiment. And the experiment was this. I took the hypnotherapy script she did for me, put it in ChatGPT, had ChatGPT reverse engineer it, figure out her rapid transformational therapy protocol. It wasn't 100% accurate, but it was good enough. And then I asked it to create a new script around brain fog, and then I uploaded that script to 11 Labs. I got a snippet of Marissa's voice, with her permission, of course, and I generated a new hypnotherapy script by Marissa speaking to my employee to help this person heal their brain fog. Again, all with permission. And this person was blown away. Now, I can't share that because that was for an individual, but I do want to share an example that I did for a friend of mine. So I wanted to demonstrate this to a friend of mine. Her name is Elena, and she was having a sore throat. So I said, okay, I'm going to do this hypnotherapy to help you heal your sore throat. And then she goes, well, if it can heal my sore throat. She said, Vishen, keep this confidential, but I really have a fat ass. Could you help me lose some weight off my bum? So I'm like, okay, why not? Let's just put that in there. So I asked ChatGPT, take this Marissa Peer model and create a hypnotherapy to help this person clear her throat. This is the person's name, and also reduce the fat on her bum. That's it. Now, this is what happened. Listen to this. It sounds just like Marissa.
Everything is in the right place at the right time, making your throat correct itself perfectly. And as a result, your voice is becoming perfect. And Elisa, I am now commanding you to lose fat from your bum. Your body is now correcting itself, burning fat from your bum. Your body is perfect, and your bum will now be the perfect shape and size.
So So whether or not she has a perfect shaped bum right now is matter for debate. But that is what happened. That is what you could do. Now, this was a joke thing, right? It's not perfect, and I found that the technology is not great yet at creating hypnotherapy scripts that truly work. But it's going to get there. This was 22 months ago, by the way. And the tech is getting better and better and better with every iteration of ChatGPT. 11 Labs is getting better and better and better at cloning the voice. If you hear that, it sounds like Marissa Peer, but you can tell it's not perfect. But listen to the 11 Labs version that Iman Ubu created today. You can't tell it's not Iman. And so when this happened, I realized that our meditation app could be disrupted. It took us, I mean, we've had that app for 12 years. It generates tens of millions in revenue. That entire business could be disrupted by someone smart enough to figure out how to generate custom meditations on the fly in any voice you want, where the meditations even mention your name, and then guide you specifically the way you want to guide you, can be faster or slower depending on your needs, can tell you to focus on your goals because it can read your life book. That's disruption. That would completely kill us. Who would want our basic meditation app if someone could produce one powered by AI? And we're getting there before the end of this year. So now my team is working on that, right? And that's where, no matter how innovative your business is, if you don't leverage this, you could be screwed. But if you leverage this, not only can you make your business survive, you can make your business thrive, expand it incredibly. Last year, as we launched AI Mastery, I put all my employees through it. We saw revenue per employee go up by 40% in 1 year. 40%. So for a company doing 100 million in revenue with no extra employees, you're now doing 140 million in revenue. That's huge. So this is what AI Mastery is about, and this is how the program works. So firstly, the program is divided into 2 distinct learning tracks depending on how deep you want to go. Level 1 is Essentials. It's 17 lessons. Each lesson is 90 minutes. And Level 2 is Advanced. It's 34 lessons. The program is 4 months. When we launched this program last year, it was 6 months, but the feedback we got is that after month 4, it was getting unnecessarily too complex, right? At that point, people were building complex apps using LangChain and Glide and Airtable. And a lot of people said, you know, that if I wanted that, I'll pay for an advanced program. So shorten it and reduce the price. So we shortened the program. Last year, the price was $10,000. We've brought the price down significantly. And we also brought down the price per lesson. So the price per lesson is down 27%. Every year, as we innovate, we try to pass on the savings to you. So that's what it looks like. Now, you can decide if you want to do Essentials or Advanced. Essentials if you want high-impact AI tools that are fast and easy to implement. Okay, so what are Essentials? What Iman was talking about, that's Essentials. A lot of you said you loved learning from Manon on AI for creativity, to do pitch decks, to do art, that's Essentials. ChatGPT prompting, that's Essentials. Creating what Dominic was talking about would be Essentials. Now, when you go to Advanced, that's where you learn what Juan was speaking about, which is basically AI agents, or using AI in an advanced way for lead scoring so you can reduce your marketing spend. Juan was able to increase, for one company, their email conversion rate by 700%, bring down their customer acquisition cost by 30%. That's the more advanced stuff. So it depends on how deep you want to go. Some people, some CEOs said, listen, I only have time for like 90 minutes a week, so I'm going to do Essentials, but I'm going to put my COO or my CTO into Advanced. You can do that as well. So Advanced is for you if you want to go fully deep and leverage the full power of AI. I'd say Essentials puts you in the top 1%. Advanced puts you in the top 0.1%. Now, the curriculum is 4 months. And as I said, designed to put you in the top 0.1% if you take Advanced for everyone who's using AI. In these 4 months, you go through roughly 51 hours of training from all of the instructors here. Did you guys like our instructors? They're amazing folks, right? And it's 3 hours a week for 17 weeks. Now, of these 3 hours, it's 2 classes. Each class is 90 minutes. So the first 60 minutes is training, then 30 minutes Q&A. Now, many of you, depending on where in the world you are, the training might be during office hours. It's designed in such a way where, you know, if you only can take off an hour on your calendar, block off an hour, you can always watch the recordings of the Q&A. But for the trainings, it's nice to be live. There's just a real power there being live. It's a very different experience. So at minimum, it's 2 hours. If you fully engage and you watch the Q&As, it's 3 hours a week, which is very, very manageable. And then everyone is put in a really cool community. The community is connected. People ask questions. People share ideas. People share projects and wins. And the community really keeps you going. Now, why Mindvalley? Well, Mindvalley is the world's biggest transformation platform. It's not just me saying this. Everyone from CNN to many other hosts that have had me on their podcasts have been impressed by the quality of our education. If you go to stories.mindvalley.com, you'll see over 22,000 case studies. We don't pay for these. These are all students who have gone through our programs and transformed their lives. Have you found your experience here transformative so far at Mindvalley U? Amazing. Now, I want to play a quick video for you that talks about, that just in 1 minute shows you the power of this platform and how we bring all of these skills together in our AI Mastery program.
Mindvalley. Mindvalley.
Mindvalley. I absolutely love this app. I mean, it represents the intersection of technology and also spirituality, two things that people think are somewhat incongruous, but of course they're not. And this app really did change my life.
A platform that brings leading educators in the fields of meditation, fitness, and health all together to share their knowledge.
With a growing community of 20 million and a mission to help people step into their greatness.
One of the most successful edutech companies on the planet.
One of the world's most powerful life transformation platforms.
What is arguably the most diverse and well-respected group of instructors anywhere.
The side effect is absolutely that it does make you a better person.
And creates a safe environment for you to come back to your authentic self.
It resonates with so many people. It's like, you want to crush it at work, you want to crush it on the court, you want to crush it in the field. You just want to be the best version of yourself, and this will definitely help, is what I'm getting from it.
Right.
So what you're learning from is Mindvalley. And the way our instructors teach, the way our community comes together, as you can already tell if you've been part of us for a while, is very different from traditional education. This is why Naveen Jain said, Mindvalley is building the next Harvard or Stanford of our time. It is because of these philosophies. But there's one more thing that's really important. Traditional learning is based on knowledge transfer. The problem with knowledge is we forget knowledge. You learn something, and it stays in your mind for a while, and you forget it. For example, even if you read a book, you will forget 80% of the book of what you read within 24 hours. You only retain 20% unless you review the book. Transformation is different. Transformation is a shift in your worldview. It's a shift in mindset. It essentially means very similar to wisdom. A mind once expanded can never again shrink back to its original size. So when we are training you, it's not just knowledge. We are providing transformation. Your mind expands in a beautiful, unique way. Now, let me give you an example of how this applies to AI. So yes, you're learning these steps, but you're also subtly learning how to think in terms of making innovation and technology and AI part of your DNA. This is often called computational thinking. So what is computational thinking? It's one of the most important skills you can have today. In fact, some people have said that the most important thing we can teach our children to survive in the coming age is computational thinking. Sounds scary, but it's basically this: decomposition. How do you break down a complex problem into smaller, manageable parts? Pattern recognition. How do you recognize patterns across the numerous problems in your company? Simplify, so you solve for one and you solve multiple things. Abstraction. Focusing on the most important information only and ignoring irrelevant details. You know, when Juan was talking about lead scoring, that was abstraction. He ignored everything else and just drilled down to, how do you tell if a lead who is a woman in Canada who downloaded a PDF, should you call that lead first, or should you call a male in the USA who watched a webinar? That is abstraction. And then algorithmic design. So when Iman was teaching step by step by step by step by step how to optimize and create a virtual clone of yourself, that was teaching you how to think algorithmically. As you get better at this, you can solve any problem in your company. So let me show you how this impacted me. So this is my brain as an algorithm. Now this is probably one of the weirdest, geekiest, nerdiest things I've ever done. But when COVID hit, I was in Malaysia. It was March 2020, and I'm a geek. So I was flying from Hawaii back home to Kuala Lumpur and as I was flying out of Hawaii, like Honolulu was already going on high alert. And I was so lucky because within a few days, they shut down the airport. I reached home because I wanted to be with my kids, and I started on Excel doing some projections, and I calculated that in 6 days, my country, Malaysia, was going to go into a total lockdown. And so I messaged my team, and I'm like, and we had a beautiful office, one of the top 10 most beautiful offices in the world. I messaged my CHRO, and I said, okay, we got to prepare. And we went into lockdown, sure enough, in 5 days. I missed it by like 1 day. And we went into lockdown. Malaysia was the worst hit country in the G50. We were in lockdown for 2 years. No schools for 2 years. You couldn't go to an office for 2 years. In my neighborhood, 14 of my neighbors were arrested for jogging. The military was on the streets. It was bad. Malaysia was the last country on the economic normalcy, return to normalcy index, right? So it was really, really awful. And we had close to 200 employees in Malaysia. So now everyone's working from home. We had a high-touch office. People would come to me and say, Vishen, what do you think of this? What do you think of this? Hey, I'm looking for a particular instructor to provide to this company that's coming to us saying they need a really good teacher in creative thinking. So I have to then rack my brain, and I'd go, okay, I remember at A-Fest in 2016, we put so-and-so on stage. The audience loved him. I remember he got a standing ovation. Let's call him up and see, does he cover these topics? Maybe he could be the one. So it was high touch. All of a sudden, no one sees each other. I'm not seeing my employees. Everything is shut down, and it was to be shut down for 2 years. So I spoke to one of my engineers, and I said, how can I optimize myself? And this engineer said, try something called Airtable. So I get on Airtable, and I fall in love with it. And I start understanding that I can take every thought in my head, all the knowledge I have that were in countless Google Sheets and Google Docs, and organize it. Eventually, it got turned into this pretty complex thing, but this is an algorithm. So let's go back to that scenario. Company X, let's say it's PricewaterhouseCoopers, goes to my team and said, hey, we need a speaker for innovation. Of your 100 authors, do you know who's the best to speak on innovation? Automatically, my team doesn't even have to speak to me. They just go to this Airtable, and they'll be able to pull up. They'll be able to look at 300 different topics that we cover on Mindvalley. They'll go to innovation, and then they'll see innovation is also sometimes referred to as creative thinking. It might be also be referred to as problem solving. So they can go to PwC and say, okay, do you want innovation with a slant on creative thinking or problem solving? Now they can put these together, and it can search, and it can pull up every single talk in the last 14 years, every single meditation, every single audio, every single lesson that covers creative thinking, problem solving, innovation. Then it can go and look at the audience ratings for all of this. Then it can go and find the best instructor and spit that out. Before, the person had to set up a meeting with me. Now they don't need to. And that's just one example. So my team now runs really independently. Even though right now COVID is over, I live a life where I don't like going to the office because I so value my freedom. I love being able to travel. I love being able to create, and I do that best at home. And so do my employees. 70% of my employees work from home. I've not been in my office since February 15 or so. That was the last time I set foot in my office. That was 5 months ago. Because my brain as a CEO has been turned into an algorithm that my employees can plug into. And by the way, this is just one map. We have 100 of these maps. All my teams are doing it right now. And this is crucially important. McKinsey in a report said the average knowledge worker wastes 20% of their time digging for information. In Mindvalley, we've reduced that time because so much of the information is architectured in these data structures and then fed into an AI called Eve, named after my daughter, that helps my employees find anything they want. And that's one of the reasons why we were able to increase revenue per employee by 40%. Would you want to do this to your company? Because this is exactly what you're going to learn. And you're going to learn it, not just do X, do Y, do Z. You're going to learn it computationally so that you become a case study too. You literally change the way you solve problems and think about your business. Guys, this is not just an AI course. This is a course in bringing out the full cognitive abilities of your brain This is a course in turning you into one of the best thinkers possible in solving problems, innovating, and growing your business. This course, if you believe in a concept like IQ, and I think IQ is not necessarily the best measure, this course levels up your intelligence. So let's look at some case studies, right? So these are some students who took the program last year. 6 months into the program, this lady was able to transform her title from digital consultant to visual AI designer, and that also means increase in salary. This person increased her efficiency by 35%. What's that? That's a lot. That's 1.5 days a week, exactly what we predicted. This person increased daily client capacity, thus increasing her income by 25%. Do the math right now. If your income could go up 25%, how much is that for you? For some of you, it might be $1 million. For some, 100K. For some, $250,000. That's a large increase. This lady used this was just like one or two classes from AI Mastery. She had a process she had to do in a company that would take her 45 to 50 hours. She cut it down to 3 hours using the methods learned here. This woman, she works in social media, and she built her own social media planner and calendar that automates posts for her, generates ideas, and generates images. That's way more powerful than many social media tools out there like Sprout Social. This person, this is really cool. So he's the founder of an advertising agency. He integrated AI across this entire agency and won an award, AI Creative Agency of the Year. Think about how much additional revenue and clients that's going to bring him. This man, Ernie Pinas, completed the patent documentation and drawings for his latest invention, an AI-backed, app-driven indoor appliance capable of reducing home energy consumption by over 60%. How cool is that? Now, guys, observe the faces of these people. These are not 27-year-olds. I mean, I'm 48. Most of these people are between 40 and 60. So if you have this dumb idea that you're too old for this, don't. The way we teach, you will be able to pick this up. Now, if you're younger, perhaps you might have a slight advantage. I mean, when I was growing up, the computers I had were Commodore 64s, right? So if you're younger, maybe you had access to better computational devices at an earlier age. But if you're 60 years old, this is still going to work for you as long as you want it to, as long as you are showing up for the lessons. Now, the program starts August 20th, and it ends around mid-December, just before Christmas. Total time is 3 hours a week for 4 months. This is the live call schedule. So the trainings are Tuesday for Essential, Thursday for Advanced. Both tracks happen in parallel. So on Tuesdays, you learn an essential concept. Thursdays, you start learning more advanced things like computational thinking, how to solve complex problems, but they both start the same week. So August 20th, Tuesday, Essentials, then August 22 will be your first advanced lesson, if you do advanced. The timings are so if you're in Dubai, it's 8 p.m., 11 p.m. If you're in Singapore, 4 p.m. London, 11 a.m. NYC, 8 a.m. LA. We found these timings work for the majority of people around the world. I used to live in Malaysia, same time zone as Singapore. I would take classes at 11 p.m. It was never really a problem. If you're in Australia, it might be tough. It might be 2 a.m. where you are, but we make recordings available. So this is the curriculum, and we'll go through this really fast. Month 1 is Mastering Foundations of AI for Immediate Impact. Month 2 is Advanced AI Techniques for Productivity. Month 3 is AI Solutions for Business Growth. Month 4, Scaling. And again, within this, there's Essentials and then Advanced. Now, let's talk about the benefits, okay? So you have an idea of the type of trainers. You have an idea of the quality of education. So what are you going to get? Okay, beyond being a master of AI, how does this change your life? The first thing is you get to save hours a day, literally hours. It's incredible. Number 2, you master AI techniques so you get a competitive edge over your competition. If you don't think you have competition, then I'd say you have some maturing to do as a founder. There's a brilliant book called Great CEOs Are Paranoid. It's by Andy Grove, the founder of Intel. To be a great CEO or founder, you must be paranoid because someone is always coming for you. I'm extremely paranoid, which is why I push for innovation. You gain a competitive edge over your competition. Third, if you create content, again, in today's world, every business has to create content. You get to elevate your content creation. What do I mean by every business? I recently met these guys who sell sunroofs. They do sunroof installation. They do 40 million in revenue just from TikTok advertising. That's content. No matter what business you're in, you need content. And here you learn how to accelerate that content. Just from Iman's lessons today, you probably got a huge advantage. Number 4, you make data processing and analysis as easy as pushing a button. One of the most sought after jobs right now is data analyst. And as Kuan shared, $75K a year. But you can learn how to get a lot of your data analyzed using AI tools. And then come up with concrete solutions to monetize leads, to increase your advertising efficiency, and so on. You get to leverage cutting-edge speech and chatbot AI. Here's an example. As we were growing as a company, we hit a problem. Our customer support team was 35 people in Costa Rica, 35 contractors in Costa Rica. And they were contractors, not employees. And when you're a contractor, it's harder to maintain control and harder to train people. They were in a different time zone. And we found that the quality was just not good. They were good people, but it was taking 70 hours on average to get a response to an email. So we went to an AI solution called Live Persons. You can find this company. And Live Persons came, trained our team, and then integrated AI with the team and brought in some of their own agents. We took, in just 1 or 2 months, we took time to first response, TTFS, down from 70 hours to 30 minutes in 2 months by leveraging a platform that integrates AI with real human agents. That's how powerful this can be. Did it cost us more? It cost us about 20% more in terms of customer support costs, but our customers were way happy. Our sales went up, and our net promoter scores went up as well. Such is the power of speech and chatbot AI. Number 6, stay ahead of the AI curve so you don't get left behind, self-explanatory. As Diamanda said, by the end of this decade, you're either an AI-powered company or your company is dead. So let's now break down, okay, what we're going to cover. So month 1 is really exciting. Already from month 1, you will learn enough where you can optimize your company, your processes to such a degree. If you're an employee, you can ask for a raise. And employers, I'm an employer, we're happy to give raises to employees who invest in getting better at what they do. I had an employee come to me and said, hey, I just spent my own money to get certified as an IT security, this particular IT security credential. I'd like to ask for a raise. I was proud of this person. They got a raise. And the same thing applies over here. If you're an AI-powered employee, you can ask for a lot more. And you can probably also go to your company and ask them if they want to sponsor you for this. Now, if you are currently a solopreneur, maybe you're looking for more income. Maybe you want to switch jobs. This is an article from last year, from 1 year ago, on Business Insider. Prompt engineers are earning up to $375K a year and don't require a background in tech. That's how in demand prompt engineering is right now. Look at the complex prompt that Kuan created for his lead scoring system. That's what companies bring Kuan in to do. People don't get that. Now, by month 2 and month 3, you learn how to give your company a competitive edge. And when you complete month 4, what happens is you essentially qualified to be a chief AI evangelist. You can go into any company and completely transform their workflow, completely transform how the company functions and charge for it. When you do advance, you also get a certificate. AI Mastery. You can share this on your LinkedIn, you can share it you can put it up on your office wall. To many people, the certificate actually means more business, more sales. It's a powerful credential, and Mindvalley is the certifying body. So the AI Mastery program, as I said, is designed into 2 different tracks. You can decide now, do you want Essentials or do you want Advanced? Okay, so let me give you the pricing for both tracks. Essentials is $4,999. It's around 25 hours. Advanced is $6,999. It's approximately 51 hours. $4,999 or $6,999. Now what we want to do is, because you've really spent so much time with us investing in attending this event, tuning in on Zoom, sharing your questions, being fully engaged, we dropped the price by $1,000 for those of you who are here. So it's $3,999 and $5,999. Keep in mind, last year when we launched the program, it was $10,000 and our early bird was $8,000 and we sold out. We had 500 early bird seats. 500 were sold out in the first 56 hours. So it is $3,999 or $5,999. Make a moment, decide which one do you think is right for you. Essentials. And again, if you feel 3 hours is too much, you can always enroll one of your employees into it. Essentials or advanced. But I'd say advanced will really give you the computational thinking, the innovative thinking, the algorithmic thinking that's going to really give you an edge in the modern era. Now, it also comes with a couple of bonuses. Call recordings. So all call recordings are available until August 2025. If you miss a call, no worries, the recordings are there. Bonus 2, action guides. When there's something really complex, we give you the slides, we give you the action guides, we give you the prompts. So you get all of these. And of course, don't forget, you're part of a really powerful community. Okay, so again, you can decide which one is right for you. Now, here's what we like to do. We always like to make it easy for you. You don't have to make a choice. We'll make it simple. You get advanced at the price of essential. So you can choose to take essential if you want, but what we'll do is we'll bring down advanced because we want to put as many people as possible into advanced. We'll do this for the first 400 seats. I announced this yesterday. Already 228 have been filled, so we have 172 left. So if you're one of the 172 who enroll right now on the page I'm about to give you, you will basically get our advanced program for the price of essentials. Keep in mind, last year, the starting price was $8,000, so we've brought it down by half. Yes, it has gone from 6 months to 4 months, but still, if you calculate, the cost per lesson is down 27%. We've made it much more affordable. So the special price is offered for the next 24 hours, then we'll fill out those seats, and then the tuition price will increase. So essentials will still be $3,999, advanced will be $4,999, and we'll open it up for 300 seats. Then the final seats, the latecomers, advanced will be $5,999. Okay, so you know the math. Last year, this program sold out. In fact, we had 200 people on the wait list. If you're on the wait list from last year, you get first dibs in. So we'll email everyone on the wait list and invite them to sign up at the lowest possible price. So last year we had 1,000 seats. We sold 1,200. We didn't take money from the last 200. We simply said, wait the next year. So you enroll now, and if you don't do it now, you wait 1 year. But do it now because you want that competitive advantage. Now we're going to make it easy for you. You need a payment plan? You got a payment plan for 4 months. And maybe you're thinking, well, what if I don't know if I like learning on Zoom? What if I don't know if I like the way the program is structured? Well, not a problem. You can take the program for the first 2 weeks, and anytime in those first 2 weeks, if you feel this isn't for you, we have a one-click return on Mindvalley. You don't have to send an email. You don't have to talk to a customer agent. You don't have to come up with a reason why. You go to your Mindvalley platform, Mindvalley Home, home.mindvalley.com, click on your face, click on orders, click on cancel. You get your money back. So you don't even have to make up your mind right now. You're simply saying, I'll check it out. So when you commit to $3,999, you are not even committing to that money. You get to try out the program for the first 2 weeks. You get 4 lessons in those 2 weeks. That's about 6 hours of training. And if you feel it isn't for you, just go ahead and cancel. Cool? Now, last year we sold out. 200 people on the wait list. Batch 1 sold out in 2.5 days, so we predict this year 56 hours. Batch 1 will probably be sold out by around this time tomorrow. Batch 2 sold out in 2 days, so after Batch 1 is sold out, we'll open up Batch 2. For the latecomers, it'll be $4,999, so you're paying an extra $1,000. And this is where you can sign up. So you get the certificate, that's the QR code. Take a photo of that. You can also go to mindvalley.com/mastery/AI. All the information is there. And if you're here in the room with me, you can head outside and you'll find Adam. And Adam and our team are ready to answer your questions, if you have any questions, and help you sign up just there, then and there. So if you prefer speaking to a person, you can talk to Adam. And this applies on the webpage as well. If you are virtual, you can go to the webpage, you can order directly, or you can choose to speak to a representative. We find that about 85% of people order directly. Now, we'll do some Q&A. Do we have any questions here and questions on Zoom? And then I have a little bit of a surprise for you guys, which I think is really interesting. Yeah. Do you have questions on Zoom, Steph?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Should we take any questions?
Well, let's take one from Zoom.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so after we sign up for the advanced course, on Thursday, does it also mean that we get access to the Tuesday essential
Yes,
courses?
exactly.
Okay.
So if you sign up for advance, you get Tuesday and Thursday. You're getting 2 lessons a week. The reason we structured it this way is because last year we got feedback. Some people said, listen, you know, it's a lot of, it's 51 hours of, last year it was 75 hours, sorry. And they said, but I really only needed about 35. And so we wanted to give people who didn't feel they needed to go that deep an option as well, so we could serve a larger group.
Great. And for some of them, they can't attend the live sessions. They have to watch the recordings.
Yes.
Are there opportunities for them to interact, get their questions asked, answered by the instructors, by the educators? Q&A sessions.
We have the Q&A sessions happen just after the recordings.
Okay.
But there's a community. You can post your questions in the community.
Awesome.
And what starts to happen is many of our students form their own little student groups, and they help each other.
Okay, great.
Yeah, so the community in Mindvalley is a very community-driven EdTech platform. So our students really support each other.
That's great. So some people can't join the program this year, but they really want to join it next year. So
yeah, it'll start again August 2025.
Okay, great.
We open up this program once a year because all the trainings are live. And you can imagine, someone like Iman, someone like Juan, these are Manon, these are people who are out there building AI companies, like winning awards, speaking to the Pope, if you're Manon. These are not instructors that are just going to come on and do this program every 3 months. So they are not easily accessible. So we really have to like block out their time and ensure that, and that's why we can only deliver this once a year. It's because of the caliber and the quality of the instructors we bring in.
Absolutely. So do they still get their certificate if they cannot attend live?
Yes.
Okay.
Because you're going to be watching the recordings, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, great. Thank you for the flexibility. So after doing the mastery program, can graduates have the opportunities to continue evolve with AI?
Yes, exactly. Okay, so let's talk about that. So this is something really interesting. Thank you, Steph. I'll take about 5 minutes on this, then I'll call you back up. So AI is going to continue to evolve. What next? So we are aware of this. There are certain fields in the world today that are evolving so fast, traditional education can't keep up. AI is one, social media is another, robotics is another, and we're starting to see this acceleration across all fields, but some are accelerating faster than ever. We're entering an era of rapid human knowledge. Colleges are in deep, deep, deep doo-doo. Because if you go into a campus for 4 years, by the time you come out, the world is so changed. If you're not currently on the pulse of latest trends, your education is already obsolete. Now, how do we solve this? So we are moving into a new type of learning. I'm building this app with Manon and our team. It's an app designed for peer-to-peer learning. After you finish AI Mastery, there's going to be an option for you to join an AI guild. So what is a guild? During the medieval times, we're here in Tallinn, which is a medieval city, and if you walk, you will see these old buildings with the word Guild of Blacksmiths, right? Guilds were places where blacksmiths would come together to exchange knowledge. Before the printing press, people exchange knowledge in person. Now, we have books, but even the books aren't being updated fast enough. So we are building up this concept called guilds. You'll get an opportunity to join an AI guild where all the graduates of our AI program, plus other AI experts, come together, use a unique app to meet in person, connect, share knowledge, collaborate on ideas, meet in the real world. And on this app, there will be guild masters, Vikintas, Juan, and Iman, who will drop in every 2 weeks and give you a training and an update on the latest new trends in AI. Iman, for example, subscribes to every major publication because she's an AI investor, so she constantly knows what's going on. So what does that app look like? Let me play a video for you.
Oh, wow. Listen up, all eyes on me. I'll show you who you wanna be. Yeah, yeah, hey. Oh, wow, wow. Talk of the town. You ain't seen nothing. I'll show you something. Oh, wow, wow. You don't want to miss this. What's that new sound?
AI Guild will be launching in December. 6 app, which is developed by Manon and his team, are going to be powering it. It'll also be powered by our guild masters, Juan, Vikintas, Iman, who are going to drop in and share with you every 2 weeks the latest trends in AI, and they go deep. So you're constantly being updated. We don't know what we're going to price this yet, and maybe we're looking at around $2,000 a year as a subscription, which is nothing because you are so powerfully connected. So after December, people are going to be connected in, for example, an AI guild. You could also be part of our social media guild. All of that is in one app. We're going to build features where even students can come together, chat with each other, collaborate in groups. And one of the most important things over here is being able to discover other students. Because, you know, if you work for a company and you're deploying AI, maybe you're really good at AI for music, but you need someone to create video to go with your music. So you want to find people with skills who are able to collaborate. Maybe you need to hire people for a new team. Dominic was talking about how challenging it was for him to hire people. Well, now you can find other people that you can bring into teams. The future is going to be teams of individuals or small teams collaborating to build big products. Another feature is meetups. How often do you, travel to a new country and you just want to meet interesting people? Now, what will happen is if you happen to be going to Berlin, you could say, hey, I want to meet up with other AI Guild students in Berlin. And you could arrange for a meetup in a cafe. Wherever you go, you have friends who are like-minded. Another feature is, this is the People Marketplace. So this is where all of you will be able to list your AI specialty and even add a price to it. And so you can say, hey, I specialize in music composition for AI. If you are coming up with a new trailer for your product and you need great music, this is what I charge, happy to collaborate with you. Here are my sound samples. So that's what that is going to allow. All of this is going to be happening. We're building up the app. Right now, we've already deployed it as in a beta case for people here at Mindvalley University. Super beta, you can see people's profile and you can chat with each other. That itself is useful, but all the other features, Manon and team are developing it really fast. We are investing millions in this app. This app is going to be powering not just Mindvalley guilds. Pretty soon, we're going to go to Soho House and say, hey, rather than build your own app for your membership, use this. We'll go to Burning Man. Be on this app. We're going to go to every network organization, Rotary Club, Mindvalley life coaches, all on one app. Because, nobody wants to use different apps, all on one app. And the app is going to have an AI that does human introductions. So right now, if you use apps to meet people, it's pretty much dating. But how do you find a mentor? How do you find a business collaborator? How do you find a service provider who has the exact social media or AI knowledge you need? That's where our human introduction AI is going to come in. We've been working on this for quite a while, but now technology is starting to come to a level where we can finally make it happen. So that's it. That's where we're going. So it's AI Mastery for now. In December, after you're done with AI Mastery, we have Guild. It'll be open up to you so that you never, ever, ever go obsolete. And that's why, if you want to learn AI, join Mindvalley. Fully integrated system with so much innovation coming. Please feel free to compare that to any other AI training out there. Go ahead, make my day. You'll find this is the best value, best instructors, best price, most innovative. So thank you for all of you out there. Again, you can go sign up on the link. Let me just bring that link back up. There we go. Okay, and I'll see you in our AI Mastery program. Could we take some questions from the audience here? Maybe 3 final questions.
We also have a question. What I'm hearing is that there is a very robust alumni network, which is great.
Right.
So for those that attended and finished the 2023 program, can you elaborate a little more on...
Oh, yes. If you finish 2023, so AI again has evolved. So I was having a discussion with my team and we said, well, if people who did AI Mastery in 2023 want to re-enroll for this one, what would be a good discount? Because obviously some of the lessons are going to be similar, but there's going to be new stuff as well. HeyGen has evolved, ChatGPT has evolved. And so you can enroll again for $1,500 if you are part of last year's batch.
Great. And some people are considering essential, advanced. There's a specific question from Manon's song lyrics.
That's going to be an essential.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Well, some of it's going to be an essential, and then Manon's also going to go into advanced. In advanced, one of the things we want to do is teach you how to think like Manon, not follow step ABC. how to think like Manon. I was with Manon last night in the dance floor, and I'm like, man, like, you're one of the most creative individuals out there. 5 inventions in Time magazine. Your song was selected by Apple.
Wow.
You write for the Black Eyed Peas. I mean,
Yeah.
he's one of the greatest like musicians out there.
Yeah.
You just don't see it because singers sing the songs. Manon's not a singer. He was at NATO because his song was selected to commemorate the moon landing, okay? How do you think like Manon? And so he's developing that protocol. He's going to start teaching that.
Do we have to be a Mind Valley member?
No.
Okay.
No. You can, I mean, if you're a Mind Valley member, great. You have access to so many incredible trainings.
Yeah.
To be in a mastery, you don't have to be a member.
And to join guilds, because some people find that network really helpful.
Guilds will launch in December. We really want to polish it. We need time to make it really work, to get the app moving, to get the whole process down. We don't want to sell a product in beta, and we need another 6 months to really make it powerful.
Is it only available to AI Mastery students?
No. If you are an AI Mastery student, you can join guilds. But if you are not an AI Mastery student, you can apply. And if based on your background, we assess that you can be a contributing member, then you're in. If you have no experience in AI, you're not welcome. Because you'll just be, there leeching from other members. The power of a guild is peer-to-peer learning, which means you must have something that you can contribute, that you can teach other people.
Absolutely. So some of us have just completed the 6-month program. Would it make sense to join the 4-month program once again?
Yeah, join it because you're getting a discount,
Right.
right? It's let's say the price is now going to be $5,000. You can get in for $1,500.
Exactly. And there's a lot of new content
A
constantly
lot of new content,
evolving.
right? We estimate about 40% of the content will be new.
And there are a lot of very busy executives out there. Somebody asked if they can send someone from their team.
Of course. You can enroll team members as well. We will soon be announcing a team rate. Obviously, if you want to enroll 3 members in your team, we can give you a discount. If you want to enroll 10 members in your team, we can give you a discount. So we can make that happen as well.
Awesome. I think those are all the questions that we had.
All right. Thank you,
Yeah.
guys. So I'll see you in the program. Remember, like, I'm not kidding here. This particular offer will be sold out by around, if I go with last year's, probably by like 8 a.m. Tuesday.
Yes,
Yeah.
definitely. Innovate, don't become obsolete is the key message.
Thanks, guys. See you in
Thank
AI
you.
Mastery.
Thank you, Vishen. And I just want to once again thank everyone. Just such an amazing weekend together. I really hope you had some insightful takeaways, and we're always here if you have any questions. I will see you next time. Thank you. Bye.
you.